Just to make things clear, I am not asleep. Lord knows that has happened before, but not today. Unless you guys really want me to go to sleep, in which case I shall sleep forever. Damn it. Yeah, basically I completed the circle and released myself from my prison. Also, I'm not a god. I'm the Lich King. God, is it so hard to get right. Do not worship me. No worshipping. Worshipping not allowed. You can follow me. In fact, you actually don't have a choice on that one. But, no worshipping. I suppose I should probably stop, playing my music. See, I've got music going here, which as you can tell is actually kind of loud. But, we'll go ahead and pause that here. Music helps me relax, what can I say? Music also helps me think, function, play, read. You name it, really, when it comes down to it. But then again, music is a very important thing to me, so... Before I really go anywhere, I want to talk about a few things here. Most of the things I've been talking about throughout the course of this FF6 run have been semi... ultra geeky things. To put it nicely. Excuse me. But, basically very little I could say about the Magitek Research Facility and Vector and all that stuff is actually going to be interesting for you guys to listen to because, well, let's just say that, excuse me, everything to be said about the Magitek Research Facility is actually quite obvious. Everything that the Magitek Research Facility is right there on its face, and that's actually one of the things I like about this particular section of the game. Excuse me. There's all sorts of subtleties, background informations, and inferences throughout Final Fantasy VI, but throughout this particular section, it's all right there. I mean, yes, there are some subtleties, like, for example, the fact that the flan that I was talking about earlier, who very much, go certified, have fun with your friends, I'm not worthy. Leave me to die alone. The flan are very much an example of that. That is also the interactions between Shiva and Ifrit. God, I hate saying that. Ifrit is how I want to say it, but it is actually Ifrit. Anyways. Damn it. Move. Destroy. Sorry, I kind of got something else going on while I'm talking here. Well, okay. I'll go into one little thing here. Semi-interesting thing here. One of the things that I've heard mentioned with regards to the Magitek Research Facility is the space must flow. I can't do it that well, to be completely honest with you. Is that people have asked me, why is it that they abandon some of the Espers to be killed? Now, that is actually an interesting question, and it basically can be interpreted in one of two different ways, depending on how you think of it. And honestly, I'm not sure which I go for. Excuse me. My initial interpretation was the fact that all those skeletons we found in the pit, where Ifrit, screw it, Ifrit and Shiva are recent. That's not exactly something that they've always been doing, you know what I mean? That they've only started abandoning their corpses recently because they've actually started increasing Magitek production and ripping souls out of the Espers, and it's basically been a certain individual who you may know of, called Kefka, who's been doing that, right? Makes sense? Because you have to consider that the batch of Espers they have... Okay, let me actually take a step back. It is very important to keep in mind that there is a difference between a finite resource and a truly finite resource. Now, I am using my own terms, of course, forgive me. A finite resource is that's the literal definition, a resource of which you do not have infinite, or at least easily replenishable. For the terms of the Gestalian Empire, people would be considered a finite resource, but otherwise not particularly valued, because they can replenish it without any real issue, right? However, Espers, something they do not have the capacity to get more of, would be a truly finite resource, and something that they would treasure, or at least should treasure. Now, of course, we are assuming that the Gestalian Empire has a brain, and that is, of course, an assumption. However, it is my opinion that it is only recently that they have started to throw away Espers, and it's basically been all Kefka, because I can't see Sid throwing away a perfectly usable corpse that can be studied, if nothing else. Even if we get rid of all considerations of morality, decency, etc., the idea of throwing away an Esper corpse when you could study it just seems completely wasteful. Or there's the second way to interpret it, which is the fact that they used to have a lot more Espers than they do now, and the ones you get in, like, the next scene, after I beat the next boss, I will get more Espers. Those are the only ones left, and they've been throwing away Esper corpses for years. And I just want to refresh this point. Try to remember that that batch of Espers that they've had, their truly finite resource, is the only Espers they've had for 18 years now. We actually have a specific year on that. 18 years. I'm not sure which one of those is more horrifying, but it also does... Both sides of the argument would explain why they would spend so much time trying to find new ones. It is also worth noting that there's probably many Esper corpses down there from when they were still studying Espers. After all, the ability to do a Magitek infusion is still a relatively new process, as far as technological advancement goes, at least within the last decade. So that is another layer to that problem. Excuse me, goodness. Now, where is my SNES? Sorry, I kind of shut a bunch of stuff down when I got up to chill and stop dying. Exactly, Kilo. Exactly. And frankly, if I was, Gestalt and I was evil like he was, I'd do the exact same thing. I have plenty of people, I have plenty of money, and I have plenty of resources. The only thing I do not have is Espers. So I will spend my expendable resources, people, resources, and technology, in order to get the resource I can't get more of, Espers, which is worth more than any of it. So yeah, there's a degree of sense make there, at least in my opinion. Ah, damn it. To the flotilla. Okay. I have not played Dust. Probably never will, actually. It doesn't really interest me all that much, and I don't have the money right now. But, I don't know. I've heard really bad things about Dust from people whose opinions I trust, so... mostly technical problems, not actual problems with the game, per se. If you understand the difference there. Yes, I have played FTL. I kind of wish I hadn't. I didn't like FTL. Well, okay, that's actually a total lie. I'm sorry. That really is a total lie. FTL is a flash game. That's what I define that as. In other words, a game I enjoy, I genuinely enjoy, once. You know what I mean? Once through, and it's like, yeah, alright, that was fun, and okay, I'm done. I have never felt the urge to pick it up again since I played it the one time. I have no idea about Dust. I don't even know anybody who plays Eve at this point in time. Whoops. Nope, he's over there. Sorry, still getting set up a little bit here. It's also a competitive FPS game, so really not the kind of thing I would get into in general, to be completely honest with you. Oh? Well then what are you talking about? Apparently you're talking about something other than the only Dust I was thinking about. Dust and Elysian Tale? No idea what that is. Doesn't even sound familiar. So I suppose that would be a no. I have not played it since I've never even heard of it. Damn it, now you're making me click something. Hang on, click. Oh, this looks strange. Oh, for God's sakes. I'm sorry. A huge pet peeve of mine, this is nothing against Dust, but this is just against marketing in general. A huge pet peeve of mine is basically marketing. I actually mentioned this before. I don't like being pitched to. I want to know what the game is. You don't have to be like, here's all these amazing things, and it has support for all these other things. No, I don't care. What's the game? That's the only part I care about. The game. I mean, for God's sakes, I can't even tell if it's a platformer or if it's a 3D platformer. None of this is telling me anything. Help me out. You know what? I'm going to turn to you guys. I trust you guys. What is it? What is the game? Okay, thank you. Metroidvania. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I mean, really, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. Metroidvania. That just describes the whole game in a nutshell. That's literally all I needed to know. You could have just said, oh shoot, what's that game called? Shoot! Hang on a second. I gotta look up the name of this game now. Or is it? Shadow Complex. Anyone here ever play Shadow Complex? Because Shadow Complex is awesome. It really is. I actually do enjoy Shadow Complex a great deal. Oh right, I still have the game muted. I have everything muted. There we go. This up here. Move this over here. As I've said before, I know people with Xboxes, so I've actually... There's a reason I've played several Xbox games. I suppose that's kind of a duh when you think about it. Alright. 4 hours at the Magitech Research Facility. By the way, I'm actually really pleased with that time. In fact, actually, I'm going to look up one more thing before I start the timer again. The Xbone's the new one. It's not out yet. It doesn't count for anything. The Xbox is what I call the 360 and the Xbox, which admittedly causes some snafus when I'm referring to one or the other, and someone's like, what? And I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, okay. So just for anybody who's curious, the best single-segment speedrun at the moment of FF6 is 4 hours and 48 minutes. There's no way in hell or heaven above I'm going to get that, but I'm really pleased with that given the fact that he is abusing the hell out of Joker Doom in order to get that time. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Alright. Bazam! So, whoops. We just got 2 new things. We're not going to do anything with either of them. We're going to use a trick, which I like to call Screw You in the Face. It involves faces and screw... No, I'm kidding. It's called Screw Your Couch. And, I hope nobody actually gets that reference. Once again, Ta, you are the only person who wants me to do that. Unless I do have other people wanting me to do that. As always, I will bow to the majority, because this is your show as much as it is mine. Oh, Juggle Boy got it. That doesn't actually surprise me. Hi, Juggle Boy, what is up? I hope you're alright. Alright, you know what? Since this is a second stream, let's go ahead and acquiesce. Just in the interest of balance. We're gonna do something totally different with the setup this time. This is all being eyeballed. There. Boom. There you go. Enjoy. FF6. All FF6. All the time. Yeah, the 4-3 thing is basically unavoidable. I could probably trick a few things into just stretching that out. I just really don't feel like it. I know bolt now on locking. You are all going to blow up down. I'll shut up. I swear. I'll stop singing. Long work weekends. I remember those. Hello, Maz. And yeah, it would look very bad. That's basically why I refuse to do that. So, we've got a boss coming up. Wait, actually, hang on. Let me make sure I'm set up for this boss, because if I'm not, I need to be. I'm not? Really? That doesn't seem right. Wait a minute. Shut up, Gawa. There's no such thing. Do I not have any... Oh, wow. Well, apparently I won't be able to use the trick. I must not have gotten an item somewhere along the line. Whatever. So, here's a question that's kind of an obvious one. Why is it that all of the creatures here are so resistant to physical attacks and basically vulnerable to magic attacks? I'm going to go ahead and pose that one to you rather than just immediately tell you the answer. Oh no, there's plenty of people here. Plenty of creatures, too. There it is. Really, Gawa? I shouldn't say anything. I know this game really, really, really well, if I haven't gotten that point across yet. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Now, actually, this is one of those theory things. But, my theory is the fact that it's kind of a twofold thing. Kilo basically was mentioning something similar, but I think that was an unintentional byproduct. I think the overall point was actually the fact that everything here is so suffused in magic that it becomes ultra-sensitive to it. It's like, okay, one of the things we know from the backstory of this game is that everything was so magical, magic-oriented, magic-functional, magic everything, back during the war, the previous to the War of the Magi. Whoops. That there was no technology, that there was no anything else, and everything was also... One of the reasons the war was so catastrophic was everything was also weak to magic, because it was overly... overcharged, thank you, that's a good term, Ta. It was overcharged, and so... rather than having that extra energy be helpful or useful to them, they are vulnerable to it because they are just bathed in it and having to deal with it constantly. And basically have no option to get away from it. Literally. I mean, try to imagine... okay, let me give you a really, really screwed up analogy for this in real-life terms, okay? Imagine if you're sleeping someplace. This is where you spend, 8+ hours of your day, every single day of your life, right? Now, let's say that there's some kind of fungus down there, in the air, for example. There it is, Rune Edge. very worth stealing. And, so you sleep there constantly, and that fungus is just going to affect you after a while, right? There's basically no way around it. It's going to basically become a part of you. This is actually not a good analogy. This just comes to mind because of certain reasons I shouldn't get into. But the general point I'm trying to get across here is that these things are so constantly, utterly, non-stop, suffused with magic that they are, yeah, they're affected by it. That's it. Sorry. I'm sorry. I got nothing else. I'm a fool. I'm gonna start talking like this the whole rest of the run. So there's this guy's name, number 024. There's a trick you can do that I apparently didn't get any Bacchus wines for, or whatever the actual item is called. I actually can't even remember it now at the top of my head. Basically, you can berserk him, and then it doesn't matter if he wall changes, because he can't. And he just kind of, yeah, dies. It's also, ironically enough, his AI script is almost the same as the Magimaster's way later in the game, so you can also do the berserk trick on him. Alright, so you know what? I think Celes has been in our party I think she's been kind of a leech. I don't think she's really contributed anything, so I think we're just gonna get rid of all of this. She doesn't deserve our espers, our equipment, our relics. Just get all that stuff off of her. So these are the espers they have left. Now it is worth noting that we do know for an absolute fact that these are all the espers they have left. As in, this is it. This is the last stash of the Empire, and every single one of them, in case you're not paying enough attention, just committed suicide. All of them killed themselves on purpose to give their magicite to you, because espers, as we've already established, have an innate mentality where they can sense intent. And they could sense our intent and sense that we were good guys trying to help them out, right? So they intentionally commit suicide, make themselves into magicite, and give themselves to us, not just for our benefit and to help the others, but also because it will end their torment. I mean, I'm sorry, but living in a tube and being slowly drained of all your energy cannot be the most pleasant of experiences. In fact, that sounds like some kind of hell to me. Ugh. Don't even want to think about that anymore. So, we already know about magicite because Ramuh already explained it to us, right? Now Cid knows about magicite. And so does Kefka. And as a result of Kefka and Cid knowing about it, now Gestahl is going to know about magicite. Now here's the catch. In general, you can't be... Damn it, Juggle. As has been said, you can't be forced into turning into magicite. However, that's not actually 100% true. It has been shown that back during the War of the Magi, there were some people who had the ability to force espers into magicite, and that's one of the reasons the Magi Knights existed. And we'll see Kefka himself doing that personally later. But unless you know if magicite exists, you can't force someone to become that, can you? So we just handed Kefka the keys to the workshop of the gods, so to speak. No, that's why Shiva and Ifrit joined you, Corey. You come in here and immediately try to free them, and they have a line, which I skipped by, which is, "You came to help me, but it's too late for me. Just like our friends before us, we shall lend you our power." So Celes just... That scene is really, really confusing in the English translation because it's wrong in the English translation. I'll just put it flatly. What actually happened there is it was implied that General Celes, in her rebellion, sought out basically another army in order to combat the Empire. And so the implication there that is given is that we are this other army that has been formed by General Celes in order to combat the Empire. Hang on just a second. I just got 1 billion espers, and I need to set up just a little bit. So I want Carbuncle. No, I want Unicorn. Yes, there we go. I want you on Bismarck. I want you on Meduin. I want you... That's everything. But yes, that was the general impression, and Locke didn't take that too well. Yes, Celes is now gone. Locke didn't take that too well. and so the two have a bit of a falling out, and the overall group just kind of is like, okay, I don't know what to make of this. Kefka comes in and immediately starts taking advantage of the situation. In the English dub, he lies, and he's like, ah, yes, Celes has totally been manipulating you all from the beginning. In the actual proper translation, that doesn't even come into it. He just basically says, alright, congratulations, Silly, you've had your little fun, now come back to the fold. Now that's actually really important, because it kind of shows part of Kefka's mentality, and it also shows why he gets so pissed off at Celes on the floating continent. Because all the way up to this point in time, Kefka... Okay, I've talked about this before more than once. This entire game is about the connections between people, whether they be family, or friends, or romance, or kingdom, or brotherly, you know, it doesn't matter, right? The bonds of fellowship between people, that is literally FF6 in a nutshell, right? Kefka, as I've said, is the perfect villain for this game, because he has no one. He is the only one in the entire setting who is truly and 100% alone. But that wasn't always true. He always had a strange degree of camaraderie with Celes in his own twisted way. He always believed that Celes and him were unique, different. They were... I'm trying to think of the word I'm trying to think of here. They had something that was the same about them, and that made them in the same category. I'm trying to put this properly, because what he's feeling is insane. What he is feeling is nonsensical, but it does make sense in his head, and it kind of makes sense to me, because the whole idea is that he felt that he and her were the same, and therefore together, and therefore had some kind of camaraderie. So he was basically like, in this whole scene, he talks to Celes like she's his younger sister, basically. Like, he's just humoring her, right? And, okay, you know, Celes, you've had your fun, you've played with your little guys, it's time to come back to the fold now, because that's where we belong, right? And such. So, yeah, I'm actually getting really, really good luck with these randoms. This is perfect. So, this is why, so much later, when Celes turns the knife on him, he is so pissed off, and so angry at Celes, because that is a violent, direct, and unexcusable, even in his insanity, betrayal, and something that he just couldn't mentally take. And that's... I love this, because that's what drives Kefka over the edge, losing the only friend he ever thought he had. Think about that for a moment. Think about this game and its theme and message of connections between people. No, Geshtal's evil, the end. Think about its message between people and the connections between people. And think about the fact that what finally, truly, utterly drives Kefka over the deep end to the point where he decides that the best possible path is to destroy the world is the loss of the only person that he ever thought he actually had a connection to, Celes. Unfortunately, you miss so much of the subtlety of this in the original English dub. It is such a shame. But, that's one of the reasons I say you should play the GBA version, to be honest with you. Analysis mode engaged! What am I saying? I'm always in analysis mode. Celes, okay, Kefka was like, you know, Celes, alright, you've had your fun, go do your thing. And Celes basically plays along with it, and Celes says, you're right, it's time to stop, you know, playing along and doing this thing. And so Celes takes Kefka away with him, teleports him and the Magitech armors and everything else away, playing along with it. Why? Because she wanted to save the party, because the party was completely outnumbered and outgunned, and extremely deep in hostile territory. So Celes plays along with it and leaves with Kefka and everything else. And that's also part of why Kefka had this feeling, this twisted and warped feeling of connection to Celes, reinforced, was because she reinforced it in the scene we just saw. Now that's an interesting question, Sean. I suppose, to be honest with you, that depends on your definition of a friend. By my definition of a friend, no, he does not. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. And yeah, let's make this clear. He does not destroy the world over a girl. He destroys the world because he's Kefka. Now, Ta actually brings up a fascinating question, because I was actually just about to get to that. If you'll notice, I mentioned earlier rather specifically the fact that Kefka believes that there is a specific place for people like us. There is a specific order. Oh god, please tell me I'm not multiple of... Oh, that's bad! Oh, that's bad! Apparently I'm multiple of 5 on a few people. Hang on. Analysis mode can wait for a second. Oh god, please tell me I'm not a level 4! Him, please, please, please. Well, I did just save. I hate the level spells. I hate the level spells. I hate the level spells. In case you ever wonder if this is a hard game. Okay, admittedly this isn't the hardest of the FFs, but man, that can kill you fast. Yeah, they're both 15. By the way, I'm level 15. Again. About the time I'm at Colts. I'm just now hitting level 15 at the Magitech Research Facility. This is going great. This speedrun is going really, really well. Now, I think I can run from Chasers. I can't run from Trappers, which is why I didn't try to run with just 7. There we go. Okay, got away. Did Gestalt have a friend? Kefka makes the specific mention of this is how things should be. This is the order of how things should be. Blah, 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 blah. I also mentioned, especially in the Japanese and the GBA version, that Gestalt talked on more than one occasion about turning, basically either directly gross or indirectly, slightly less horrible, having Kefka and Celes be the models for a new type of creature that would serve Gestalt, with Gestalt as the new god of the new world. And I'm gonna take this potato chip and eat it! Oh, sorry, couldn't resist there. So, it is my opinion that Kefka did have something that I wouldn't actually call loyalty to Gestalt, but it's also interesting because Gestalt himself also didn't have something I would call loyalty to Kefka. In my opinion, Kefka had loyalty without thinking to Gestalt. In other words, this is the way it's always been. So Kefka is loyal because that's how things have always been. And there's no reason to rock the boat, at least not yet. Not until Gestalt tries to kill him, in which case he changes his mind within a second, so obviously not real loyalty there, right? Damn it, messed it up. By contrast, Gestalt thinks of Kefka as like you would a prized dog. Or maybe not even that, because people tend to form rather strong connections to their pets, so that doesn't really even count. I'm talking like, okay, if you had a really nice figurine, and you were really, you know, this is, oh yes, I got this figurine, it's exclusive, you know. There we go, much better. And, you know, it's super best and awesome, Mooga Magoo. And he has this sort of, you know, this is my prize mentality with Kefka. So he doesn't actually value Kefka in the strictest sense of the word. He just... Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. A tool! Thank you, Rory. That's an excellent way to put it. He thinks of Kefka as just a tool. There we go. And nothing more. And so it's just... You know, that's basically where his mentality is. So neither one of them actually consider each other friend, relationship, anything. It's more like, you exist and are part of my existence. And I just mentioned that specifically because, in an interesting twist of fate, as far as we are aware, despite my statement that Kefka is truly alone, I'm technically lying when I say that, because Kefka, in his own mind, wasn't until the halfway point. Gestalt is truly alone in this game. Doesn't have anybody. Anybody at all. He has tools, he has minions, he has servants, but he does not have... He doesn't... Actually, I wouldn't even say he has servants. He has nothing. Now, I bet some of you are already going to disagree with me. And that depends on your perspective. No, not that. Actually, I imagine several people are going to bring up General Leo as the disagreement point. But one of the things we know from ancillary information and from the proper translation is that General Leo is so loyal to the Gestalian Empire because Leo's family has been loyal to the Gestalian Empire. As I mentioned, Gestalt himself did not found this empire. He inherited it from his parents. Leo had been in the Gestalian Empire as a commander for longer than Gestalt has been emperor. You follow me? And so it was his loyalty to the family line that actually kept him going. So yes, Gestalt does not care about Leo. Gestalt, from his perspective, is still alone, even if Leo would consider himself loyal to Gestalt. Now, this is a flashback to 19 years ago. Whoops, let's go ahead and talk to him, just so you guys can tell. Something's coming through the gate. This is the Esper world. A human person came through here. Now, this is interesting for 3 reasons. That is a question, Ta. Good question, Ta. But I have no idea, to be honest with you. It would be speculation. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Better let her rest for a moment. Okay, it's been a moment. No certified. Gestalt was certainly involved in Leo's raising to an extent, but that was when Gestalt himself was just a merchant. Within the Gestaltian corporation would actually be a better word for it, if you follow me. So, this is the Esper world. That woman, Madonna, ended up here basically by accident. Now that actually reveals two things with its simplicity. One, that there was no seal between the two worlds for a long time, and I do mean for centuries. And two, because okay, if you guys remember, the gate to the Esper realm is at the back of the Esper cave, which is this nightmarish, lava-filled, doom, destruction, many people consider it to be one of the hardest dungeons in the entire game, right? And by the way, yes, this is how babies are made. You just kind of swing around through the darkness. And then their sparkles go off, right? Sparkles. Sparkles. Sparkles! And then... baby. That's how babies are made, guys, in case any of you guys never knew. So anyways, getting back to my point. There was no gate, there was no seal, there was no cave of death. Some random woman happened to roam into this area and accidentally roamed in here. Now, she goes in, and all the Espers immediately want to fling her out, because she's human. Now try to take note of the prejudice there. They want to get rid of her because she's human. The Espers have reminded themselves for centuries about just how screwed up, evil, and horrible human beings are. And honestly, it's kind of hard to blame them, especially given what happened before and what's happening right now. So, with that inferred, we then get the information from that, the fact that when this elder puts up this seal, it doesn't just seal off the gate. It also creates this realm of protection, which is the Esper Cave, which is basically a degree of seeped magical energy which interacts with the creatures therein with intent. And that intent is to defend, that intent is to prevent. And so naturally it's this horrible place of lots of horrible creatures and whatnot in order to prevent anything from getting through. That's why the Esper Cave is such a nasty place, and why no one else has ever gotten through here ever since. Even though the Empire, the Gestalian Empire, knew this cave was here, knew its exact location, they've never been back because of the cave and because of this seal. So Gestalt, it is widely, I'll get to you in just a second, Tat. It has been widely theorized that Gestalt indirectly followed Madonna here, that he heard, or some of his agents heard, about a woman who went missing in this region and she never got heard from again, and he decided to go ahead and check out this area with some of his soldiers, and they happened to get lucky. Whether or not that's true or not, we basically have no information to tell, but it certainly would make sense. Now this dialogue makes Gestalt, in the English dub, makes him look a lot more sympathetic. However, this whole scene is just the epitome of him being an absolutely evil jerk. By the way, this is him killing Madonna. He just stabbed her to death. I just feel like pointing that out. Madonna is now dead. That would be Terra's mother, by the way. How long the search has been going on is debatable. However, it is known that Gestalt, even as a child, had heard stories about the Espers, and if you'll forgive me for the quote, within his heart an unspeakable lust was sown. Yes, Madonna was human. Terra is half human and half Esper. But yeah, he just stabbed her to death. Let's just make that clear. In any case... there we go. I think that's actually everything I wanted to say about that little section. It is still my well, she was a risk to his plans. No, I got nothing. Alright, as I said, this is a 100% run. That means we're going to be doing some stuff now instead of not doing it or doing it later. Yes. No. We're going to make what is going to be something of our dream team for a while. In just a second here. Come on, come back, go! Oh, I'm sorry, Gawa! See? You didn't believe me, Gawa. Gawa becomes stronger on the belt. Alright. Zagmus. Edgar. Terra. I want to balance out the levels a bit, so actually we're going to drag Gawa along instead of doing what I was going to do instead. Whoops, not what I meant to do. Actually, nah. And we'll give him this. Hey, they voted for it, Gawa. I'm not even kidding. That wasn't even my idea. Well, someone just said we should vote Gao as Gawa, so here you are. Alright, I get first dibs, and that will be, yeah, I'm doing. I want you on Shoot. I want you back on Unicorn, and I want you on Bismarck. Gao's awesome. Anybody who says otherwise is wrong. Okay, so like I said, we're going to do a little bit of cleanup first, before we go off and do other things. What's our gold at? Not too much. Yoink. There's Straffin. What can I say? I like pale skin. Always have. I'd have to sub to Asheron's Call to do that, Ball Puncher. I'm not sure people would find that interesting either. I like Certified's comment there. Now, I don't have the gold to do this properly, unfortunately. But there's some really nice gear here, so we're going to go ahead and buy 3 of those, which is almost going to wipe me out by itself. And 4 of those, which is going to wipe me out. The Mithril gear, I'm getting this technically early, though, so this is really going to help me out quite a bit, considering how, I know I keep saying this, low level I am. Why would I need 10s? Don't be silly. I guess I'll go... yeah, let's do that next. Which means... yeah, we'll do this next. Sorry. Just kind of changing my mind twice here. Of course I interact with you guys. Y'all are awesome. Although, admittedly, I've gotten this impression that I really am different amongst other Let's Players, speedrunners, challenge runners, etc., because I really do make it a point to keep up with the chat as best as I can. And keep talking with you guys, and I've noticed not a lot of other people actually do that. I'm not sure why, to be completely frank. That's half the fun for me. Yeah, exactly, Yurdi. I never noticed that before. But it is something that has come to me in recent time. So, shrug, I guess. This is just kind of my little thing, right? Granted, this is a pretty small channel compared to the people who have, like, 8,000 viewers or however many stupid amounts they have. No, I read very quickly, and I am actually good at multitasking. So in case you're wondering what's happening here, this is a scene in which they basically decide, okay, we're finally going to mobilize. So they have this overall plan to literally attack the Empire straight at Vector's heart. The plan is threefold, and actually quite brilliant when you think about it. Figaro has the manpower, Narshe has the financial backing, and they have their heroes, right? The heroes are going to go unlock the Esper Gate, try to convince the Espers to join their side. They're going with Terra, I might add. Probably Gawa, in all honesty, but at the same time, he certainly would not have done it right then and there, and he might not have done it for a really long time, if not otherwise. So yes, Celes did kind of precipitate that event in her own way. Not that she had any way of knowing that, nor do I blame her at all. That is all on Kefka. No, stream should be working. Stream better be working. Or it's gonna be hell to pay. Well, he's just a slaughter for now, till I start getting his Magerie up. Anyways, the overall plan is we have to go convince the Espers to join our side, and to try our... Wait, am I going the right way? No, I'm not. Rips! Try to convince the Espers to join our side, and do the very best thing. I have a Stray Cat, which is the only one I really need. Speaking of which, Stray Cat. Yes, there are still Espers alive on the other side of the gate. If we get the Espers to join us, we will have magical firepower and the power of our heroes on the east. Figaro will be pushing with their numbers in order to take the territory once we... Okay, this is a little bit of military stratagem here, so forgive me. Just about anybody knows that in any level of setting like this, and this is also true to an extent even in the modern era of real life, you need infantry to hold land, okay? That's just kind of how that works. Tanks, airplanes, you know, all that sort of projected power, which is the general term for that, can't actually hold territory, right? Hey, look! It's Lone Wolf, the thief! It's a shame Kay's not here to enjoy it. I'm sorry, Lone Wolf, the pickpocket. Gotta be all specific here in the modern era. Anyways, you need infantry to hold territory. So the Espers and us are basically the artillery slash vehicular cavalry, whatever you want to call it. The firepower. We're supposed to push in and defeat the Imperial defenses around Vector. Then the Figaran troops are going to move in behind, because Figaro is the one with the largest standing army in the world, not counting the Gestalian Empire, and say, alright, we're going to hold this territory, and then, with them doing that and managing to basically cut the Gestalian Empire off from Vector, its home capital, they're either going to try and force a settlement, or, if the Empire tries to do a long-term strategy, just prevent them from ever actually being able to... It's a reverse siege, is what the term is. You take the enemy capital, where all their... No, Lone Wolf is not an Esper. You take the enemy capital and you hold that, and hold the rest of the organization siege, while they lack the organization, the coordination, the command structure, etc. Does that make sense? It's actually quite a brilliant strategy, and in all honesty, would have worked really well if not for two factors we'll get to in a bit. So that's the general plan here. And our side of that is going to go and get the Espers. And of course, once we get the Espers, we're going to push our way through and assist from the Eastern Front and be that artillery I just mentioned. Well, unfortunately, nobody here actually knows the fact, because Terra hasn't mentioned it yet, that... Yes, I know where that's right. That Espers can't control their powers in this world. I've mentioned that before, remember? And then we put the controller down for a few seconds. That's factor 2 of the factors I just mentioned. Now, I can go ahead and let Mog fall to his death and not get the gold hairpin, but yeah, right. That's all I gotta say to that. By the way, this is one of the last renames we get. There's only 4 more after this. So, What do we name Mog? A human-loving, fast-talking, street-smart, slam-dancing Moogle. Won't fit. 6 characters. Oh, shoot, Nix. Moogle will fit, yeah. Bobblehead will not fit, of course. Oh, I like that. We should name him Kez. Oh, I like that better. I'm sorry. I'm vetoing everything else. Sorry, guys. You guys can name the next one. And now, I'm gonna join your party! Take this! And then he leaps off to the edge to his death. I don't tell people how old I am. I don't tell people a lot of things about me. Although I have already given away my names. So anyways, now that we have Pax in the party, I know Lone Wolf didn't die. Why would I talk to Tri-Talk now? It won't actually do anything. Damn it, still can't use it. This section kind of sucks, because you have to walk manually all the way back out, because you can't warp out. Well, you can warp out at a certain point, but at that point it's not really worth it. I agree, actually, Rory. But Javin wasn't on, so it wasn't as funny. Oh my god, really? And you even got me a back attack just to make this take longer? Well, anyways, we've got one more thing to do. I will not be doing the second thing, because... well, actually... We've got 3 things to do total, one of which I will not be doing because I don't have the gold, and one of which I'll be only doing briefly, just kind of to show off. And I can't actually do that yet anyways, so... basically, we have one more thing to do before we continue the plot. The plot. The evil plot of plottiness. I mean, we do have to give time for the entire Fagaran army in order to get into position, after all. So, I know a lot of people who used a different method than this back in the day. This is, actually, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. This is my preferred method. Sorry, I actually do really like this music a lot. Superstar Saga for the win. And yeah, you can actually level your mustache, it's awesome. Best stat ever. We're gonna go ahead and run around for just a little second. Because it looks like we're on a 2-5 setup here. Which means we might get the Marshal, and I kind of would like to get the Marshal. Also, I need the magic points anyways, speaking of which. No. Yeah, I really need the magic points, so we're gonna go ahead and run around for just a little bit, see if the 2-5 cycle brings us back to Marshal. It might not. Of course they do, Last Wolf, wouldn't you? I mean, imagine walking around and all of a sudden this song starts playing, and it's like, dun, 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 dun. I mean, wouldn't you just kind of start swaying to it, you know? I love the camera, what can I say? You lie, Gawa. This is your true music. Embrace your heritage. Burt Reynolds. Alright, almost there. At least this is quick when I have the flash. Just die. What is Mabinogi? I don't think I've heard of that. And besides, everybody knows Bobbery actually has the best mustache. From Paper Mario 2. There we go. It's either going to be the next or the next fight. And if it's not, then I'm just going to move on. I'm not even going to bother past this. I've never actually heard of it, so I'm guessing it's either free to play or recent. Unless it's Vindictus. Oh, apparently it's Vindictus. Never mind. Never mind. No, I would not be interested in doing a Let's Play of that. We didn't get it. Maybe? Oh, Vindictus is the sequel. My bad. Okay, gotcha. By the way, the way I'm doing these slots is guaranteed to always be a Mogu Mogu. In case you're wondering. Nope. Yep. If it wasn't this battle, it's not it. So I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. I also just completely screwed up. That's okay though. I can fix that. I wouldn't call that an MMO, but if it's like Vindictus anyways. But it is a pseudo-online kind of FTP thing. Beef jerky and Bigfoot? Okay, here's the thing, alright? The beef jerky is actually made out of his feet. You follow me? Hence the term, actually. I really screwed this up. Oh well. Sorry guys, I'm wasting time here. Killing my time. If I get sub 10 hours on the overall run, I'm going to be really happy, though, I'll tell you what. Whoops, going the wrong way again. Ah, gotcha. It is rare to see a game that actually does that kind of leveling system. I suppose I'm at least profiting here because I'm still getting MP and I certainly need plenty of it. Roughly 50, actually, in order to really be able to proceed. Ooh, actually, are we already on Behemoth? I have no idea, Pax. I think Gawa just likes saying that. You're just that famous now, Pax. Everyone likes telling you to shut up. Sorry, we're gonna do one more encounter because... Damn. That could have been the Marshal. Oh, I got it. Gawa is pretending to be Gao, because she is in fact Gao. And you're Cyan. So, just so you know, Pax, you're now Cyan. Kapopo! We're gonna make a party that's just Pax. No, I'm kidding, that would be stupid. However, we are actually gonna do this. Pax, I want you to carry the sprint shoes, okay? Thank you, Pax. I'm not doing Psycho Cyan. I don't even remember how to set it up. It's been too long. I seriously don't remember how to do it. It's like... what is it? The third thing, and then you do something else? I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. Because I never did Psycho Cyan back in the day. So if you feel like looking it up, then telling me how to do it, you got it. I will do Psycho Cyan. In fact, I even know where to look it up. I just don't feel like stopping playing for the 20 seconds it would take to look it up. Mastered a new dance. Ah, gotcha. Favorite video game soundtrack? Probably FF4, BFF6. Chrono Trigger would be up there as well. Lufia 2. Trying to think if there's any other ones that really deserve to be up there. Mega Man X1. Earthbound is not my favorite soundtrack, Pax. No offense to it. Great game. One of my favorite games ever. But soundtrack? No. See, Earthbound's music was really appropriate. It wasn't something I'll listen to by itself, with the exception of a few songs. But it was really, really, really appropriate for the game and for the segments it was in. And I'll never get tired of da 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 da. You know, the X-Files kind of thing it does every now and again. It's super awesome. Any modern games with a favorite soundtrack? Well, it's the most modern game in my Zero playlist, even though by definition nothing should be in the Zero playlist because time has to pass for it to qualify. Oh, nope, I suppose that would count. The most modern game in my Zero playlist is Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. Yeah, there you go, that's a good example. Liar, Ball Punch. And of course, Dark Souls is the worst game ever. Speaking of which, timer just got reset again. What else we got? Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Final Fantasy Dissidia, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, Lufia 2, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Mega Man X4, Mega Man 04, Metroid Prime 3, Secret of Mana, Warcraft 2, my own stuff, and Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. That's my Zero playlist as far as games go. Not the whole soundtrack, of course, just those are where the games those songs are from. Of course I've listened to WoW music. WoW music is awesome. WoW music rocks. All I gotta say to WoW music, hang on, let me find it. Ooh, that kinda sucked. Where is that song? There's actually quite a bit of WoW music I really enjoy, to be wholly honest with you. But some of my favorites include... Where is it? There it is. See if you can even hear it over FF6 here. I also like, where is it? No, I'm not into black metal. Whoops, I need to go back. I actually like pretty much all of Cataclysm's soundtrack in its entirety. And Wrath's, and Pandaria's. But mostly... Oh, screw it. There's one song that plays in Hyjal I really, really like. So, out of curiosity, how many people even know this trick I'm doing right now exists? I imagine this is rather well known at this point in time, because this is one of the earliest tricks I learned back in, when this game was still new. But most people I knew took the river route, I believe it's referred to, in order to get the water dance for Mog, because there's really only the two methods to do so with. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Cataclysm. Rory. And we just go... I always love the mental image of just... Okay, this is where the railway is, right? Where the Phantom Forest is. So I always just picture this gigantic chocobo going... Crash, 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 crash. And just kind of stomping his way through there. Because I'm weird. What do you want from me? But like I said, everybody knows this trick. But most people I knew, even my friends in real life at the time, used the river trick instead. Scariest moment? Do you mean, like, define scary for me, and I will answer your question. Bum, 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 bum. And the rare ship's right here. And I got into a combat literally right at the last second. With something that actually hurts. Creepy or booze scare. Those are two completely different things. Oh yes, but that's why I asked you to define scare, because for me those are different emotions, if that makes any sense. Now, like I said, we've got one other thing to do here. Let's go ahead and bring Gala with us. I used to have a really efficient route for doing this, and nowadays I'm just kind of winging it. Whoop, too far, too far. Right here. Creepiest moment in a game. Honestly, I don't play many horror games or psychotic games, so I'm actually going to go with something that people are going to make fun of me for. Final Fantasy VII, immediately after being let out of the prison, right towards the end of the Midgar sequence. You probably know what I'm talking about if you've played the game at all. The song's Trail of Blood is so appropriate for that. Especially when I first played that game and had no idea what the hell was going on. Jump scare moment? Actually, I really don't get jump scared very easily, so I can't remember any, to be completely honest with you. I mean, games like Doom 3 and Dead Space try very hard to basically do nothing but jump scare. And no offense, by the way, it's kind of their shtick, yeah? So... Doom 3 certainly had some really bad jump scares. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I know they were there. Yeah, that's kind of my problem, Kilo. I know they were there, it's just like, yeah, okay. What am I missing, other than town? Town, snow... Cave... And... I have to share what Pax just said. In FF10, every single time Tidus talked, it was a jump scare. Oh wow, we're up to 60 people? That's really high for this late. I'm really impressed. You guys are awesome. Yeah, we broke a record, by the way. We hit 101 earlier today, which is insane. You guys are awesome. That's a new record for me. That's incredible. Do I know Imp? Yeah. Tidus is so much fun to bash. Excuse me. I bash him in good fun. As I said in my FF10 rumination, Tidus does have his own purpose and reason for existing within Final Fantasy X. It's just, he's so much fun to make fun of because he's Tidus. Someone asked me favorite quote in the game. Now, you're probably going to make fun of me, but probably my favorite quote is, "If history is to change, let it change. If the world is to be destroyed, so be it. If my fate is to die, I must simply laugh." I'm sure everybody here can recognize that quote immediately. Pax's favorite quote from a video game ever is, and I quote, "You spoony bard!" Do I not? Damn it, I don't get encounters out here, do I? There we go. Told you people would get it very quickly. It's from Chrono Trigger. Magus, during one of the endings, says it. I actually like a lot of game quotes, though, so... It's okay, though, because Pax learned regen. I have to, chat. I have to get all the well, I have to kill them all from all the areas. That should be it, by the way. Yep, that's all of them. So, sorry, Pax, but we're gonna kind of leave you behind now. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, there are many, many good quotes. So, yeah. I was just getting all of the dances on Mog, that's all. Or on Pax, if you prefer. Okay, so, let's get, that's basically the last thing I'm gonna do for now. I'm gonna go ahead and bring my dream team here. Make sure... Okay, he's done with those, so we're gonna go ahead and put him on Phantom. Whoops. He's at 39, she's at 26. You need to switch to Stratham. Whoa, hang on, actually, no. You need to switch to Bismarck. There we go. This is what I like to call a 90% speedrun, so... I am doing basically everything on my way through the game. Shoot, I missed it. What was Pyromancers? Actually, I don't get that one, no. I get the reference it's referencing, but I don't get what it is specifically. We're actually going to do our very first backup save here. This can suck. If you'll remember when I did my lock SCC of this run, this was the second major section I had huge problems with. So, this is... an entire Imperial base. Now, obviously, it's just one screen, because, you know, game limitations. However, the point here is that the Empire established an entire base whose only purpose was watching after this cave. You know, I don't mind, because I don't remember, obviously. Damn, messed it up. I'll get to your question in just a second, T-Moogie. I just wanted to point out that that Imperial base, try to consider, okay, I know it's a weird thing to consider, but when you have the control of a military, all those resources have to be managed very carefully. You can't just fling them wherever. It's not like, you know, I can just throw these guys wherever. No, you have to maintain them, you have to upgrade them, you have to upkeep them, you have to rotate troops out, you have to make sure they're well supplied, you have to make sure they're still being, their equipment is still being upkept. You know, there's a huge amount of background to maintaining a force within an area. That's just how it works, right? So the Empire went out of its way to maintain that base at the base of this cave, even though they have not been able to get into this cave, through this cave, and into the Esper Realm for 18 years. For 18 years they have not been able to actually exploit this resource. And yet still they have maintained that base all the way up to the modern era. That is... I just find that interesting, and it also kind of expresses just how important this place was to them, that just in case on the off chance that they might get in at any point in time, they needed to have a full regiment ready to go. And on top of that, it also implies rather strongly that they were making frequent attempts, you know what I mean? And I gotta say, I would not want to be on the guard duty, or the soldier duty, whatever you want to call that, of someone who had to actually try to brave this cave from hell and try to see if we can get in now, you know what I mean? That does not strike me as a duty I would particularly enjoy. Mooga Moogoo. You gotta say it right. Mooga Moogoo. Now to answer T-Moogie's question. I actually had started making my own Final Fantasy, which I called TFF. In case anyone's wondering, it stands for The Final Fantasy. It was intended to be a story which actually was basically the last Final Fantasy. But it was also intended to be the tie-in Final Fantasy, if you know what I mean. In other words, this is the Final Fantasy in which all the other ones... Whoops, I'm going the wrong way, hang on. Or, you know what, screw it, I don't care about the chest, there's nothing good in there. This is the Final Fantasy in which all the other Final Fantasies were tied in together. Make sense? And this is also before... I started work on this quite some time ago, to be completely frank with you. A long time before they started actually doing that themselves. With Dissidia and other things. There we go. And now you get to see the Chocobop. So, anyways, the point being that it started on a completely unrelated world with some kind of story that really didn't have anything to do with anything, and it just kind of grew from there and grew from there and grew from there until it reached the point where, you know, I'm not even going to keep going. I've basically abandoned the plot line because it doesn't fit within the Imperium. At least not the new Imperium. Yes, Chocobos can miss. That sucks. I need to get Terra back up in a minute here. And like everybody levels now that she's dead. I do need to stock up on Phoenix Downs at some point, but I'm still not doing well gold-wise, nor will I be until I hit the second world. That's the first time I'll actually be doing well gold-wise. Where are we at on this? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. Good morning, Swedish Tavern. What is up? I'll be getting most of the treasures in here, yes, including the Atma weapon. Because, duh, as I like to say. So that's Terra's father, in case anyone's curious. Right. I could keep doing Mugu Mugu, but I'm not going to. So, fun fact, the character who has the easiest time of doing the most damage for a single character per attack in this entire game is actually Setzer. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm just curious. Before I actually reveal the truth behind the doom. Oh, we're not fighting that. I'm not talking about Joker Doom. That doesn't count. Joker Doom doesn't count. What's up, Preacher? Welcome back. Oh, I wish I had some popcorn right now. That would really rock. You need to, like, teleport some popcorn to me, man. Nope, not H-Bomb. Not even close. Alright, I'm tired of you guys existing. Bio! Does he know? No, he doesn't because of that, right? Mugu Mugu! Or get 7 Flush, sure. I love popcorn. I'm a huge fan. Ah, damn it, I forgot that heals them. That sucks. Alright, so, y'all fail. There are 2 weapons in the game that are very unique to Setzer. One of them is the dice, and one of them is the fixed dice. Both of these use very specific formulas for doing their damage, but basically it comes down to how high you roll the dice, you do more damage, okay? Now that by itself isn't really a big deal. Okay, yeah, sure, you do damage with the dice. The reason you could do the most damage possible with him is it is possible to get 2 fixed dice in this game, and I don't actually remember how to get the second one off the top of my head, I'd have to look it up. But once you get the second fixed dice... Whoops, I need to go over here first. No, I'm doing this wrong. Damn it. Wake up a little bit. Once you get the second fixed dice, you can equip Genji Glove and Offering. And that may not sound exciting, however, here's the final trick to all this thing. The Offering automatically lowers the damage you do with melee attacks by 1/4, okay? Actually, it's by like 1/3. It's like by 0.289, I believe, something like that. I used to know the exact number. Anyways, that's why, you know, when you have the Super Doom attack weapons, when you have the Offering equipped, you're only hitting for like 2,000 a hit. However, the dice don't obey that because they're formula damage, not actual melee damage. So he's doing 7 to 9,000 damage a hit 8 times. You can literally one-shot Kefka with Setzer with this setup. And mind you, this isn't even cheating. This isn't using Joker Doom. This isn't the X-Zone trick. This is just using the game the way it is actually meant to be used. I just felt like sharing that because it's amusing to me that Setzer can actually do the most damage of the entire game. Nothing can outdamage that in terms of damage per turn. Nothing. Yay, more levels. I'm gonna gain a lot of levels here, which is fine. Oh no, that was left in on purpose. See, the catch to all this is the fixed dice are in the last dungeon. So, the first time you could get the one fixed dice is in the last dungeon. And the first time you can get the second one, I'm almost positive has to do with the Colosseum. I'd have to look it up, and I don't care to do so while I'm doing this. Now, this may not look like it, but I am really, really, really underleveled for this area. That's kind of a duh. I mean, I've been underleveled this whole run so far. But the fact that I am only doing 700 damage with the drill, the fact that I am taking this long to kill these enemies, is very indicative of how low level I am right now. Even when you're, at about the level you're supposed to be here, these enemies should not take long to kill. I mean, you guys saw me when I was doing my Lock SCC, and he was about the level you should be for this. Oh, of course I'm not wiping. I'm fine. I know what I'm doing. I have everyone set up pretty much ready to go. But I just wanted to point that out. I am really underleveled here. Happy birthday, Preacher. Yesterday. I hope you celebrated with many joyousness. Joy things. Have lots of joy things. Joyfulness, that's the word I was going for. God. And by the way, in case you can't tell, I'm intentionally getting Mogu Mogu on Setzer, because it's one of my most reliable, completely free forms of healing. Even though it's pathetic, it's enough to basically keep my guys alive. Because you can intentionally get the Mogu Mogu, and I'm just leveling like constantly in here. I'm gonna level so much in here, I'm almost regretful of that. I wish I could just skip these mobs. I mentioned last time I was going through here. Okay, this is a formation I don't actually want to fight, so we're gonna actually run from this one. I mentioned last time I was going through here that despite everything, this dungeon was basically, according to the developers at least, overtuned. They designed it to be kind of brutal, and so there's no actual boss here, because they figured that would just be mean to put a boss at the end of a dungeon like this. Oops. No, I'm not getting the tent. I don't care about the tent. I'm not getting the Magicite either. Hey man, joy things are awesome. And of course that's not going to work because he's undead. Oh my god, Rory actually got a joke. I don't believe it. I am not a hoarder, sorry. Well, no. Everybody kill Rory really quick. It's best to nip this kind of thing in the bud, after all. Damn, it really didn't want to do that one, did it? Ah! I'm being cat-scratched. So I've been kind of building up to this for the whole thing, so I hope you guys at least have been paying attention as I've been going through this run. But let's just say that the one and only true plot twist in the entire game is about to happen. It's not very obvious in the English dub, of course, but I'll go ahead and just spoil it for you now because it's about to be spoiled and I don't feel like talking during the cutscene. The real reason that they sent Terra with only 2 other Magitek soldiers to Narshe was because they assumed, ironically incorrectly, that Terra and the Magitek soldiers would be defeated by the Narshean forces, and that Terra would then end up in the hands of the Returners. Now, I find that amusing because they were wrong. Terra and Wedge and Biggs bleh, demolished the Narshian forces, but by the same time, by the same token, Tritalk's interaction with Terra ended up destroying the Magitek armor and making her unconscious, and Arvis, who is an agent of the Returners, did end up actually saving her from the situation. So their plan did actually work out in the long run. Now, you're probably looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about, Arshian guy? Why would they intentionally try to get Terra in the hands of the enemy? I've already talked about this, actually. What matters to Geshtal more than anything else, more than any of his other things? Espers. The one thing that really matters to him is Espers. He doesn't care about his people, he doesn't care about his troops, he doesn't care about his money. He cares about Espers, because that's where the power is, and they are a truly limited resource. So the entire time, up from the beginning of the game up to this point, has all been a plan by Geshtal to ensure that the Returners got a hold of Terra, and then to start pushing. Everything the Empire has been doing has been to escalate this problem. Why is it the Empire only now attacks South Figaro, attacks Doma, attacks Narshe? Why is it only now that the Empire starts actually making its moves in the west and in the east? The whole point was, okay, we make sure that Terra gets to the enemy, the Returners. Almost had that one. And then we start pushing the Returners, so the Returners start getting desperate. And basically ensuring the Returners would make the decision that Geshtal assumed they would make immediately. Now, I find this amusing because, again, this is Geshtal not truly understanding his target, not truly understanding how other people think. Again, he assumed Terra would be taken immediately. He was wrong. He also assumed that the very first thing they would do is immediately try to use Terra to gain Magitek power. They didn't. Obviously they didn't. They don't think like he does. They aren't power-hungry like he does. They aren't willing to do anything for power like he does. I have no idea, Yurdi. I don't like to plan in advance when I don't know, so I don't know. So yeah, it takes them all this time, and one of the reasons they keep pushing and pushing and pushing on the Returners and finally launching the invasion of Narshe is, okay, the Returners still haven't done it. I guess we'll go ahead and keep pushing them until finally it reaches the point where they're like, okay, fine, we will go ahead and take Terra and go to the sealed gate and try to open it, because Terra is the only person who can open it, and she can only open it willingly. And that's the important part, right there. So they could not coerce or control Terra into opening the sealed gate. Once the sealed gate is opened, at least as far as Geshtal was aware, he is actually correct about this, by the way. Once the sealed gate was opened, at that point in time, they would have all the Espers they would need, basically. Every single Esper they would ever need in order to refill all their supplies to power up an entire Magitek empire. However, the situation did change right towards the end of this trap, if you'll remember. One of the most recent things that happened in the story was that Kefka became aware of this thing called Magicite, which completely changes the game. At this point, now Geshtal and Kefka are both aware of the fact that it is possible for Espers to die in a certain manner in order to be turned into Magicite, at which point you don't have to artificially and crudely drain all their energy. You can just put that Magicite, you just use that Magicite, and then learn those spells permanently. So at this point, the Geshtal is just like, oh, thank God, this is the greatest thing ever. And where are we at? 66. Sorry, I'm thinking. By the way, I will not be learning every spell on every character. I have actually done that before, I just don't feel like it, to be honest with you. We'll go with that. How's he? Not yet. So yeah, it's a lot of the punch of that massive plot, which basically defines the entire first half of the game, is lost because the dialogue was cut off for some reason due to coding reasons. But fortunately, in the GBA version, it is much more obvious what's going on, and Kefka actually does, you know, pulls a standard villain move and explains the whole plot in the scene that's about to happen here. As opposed to just saying one line about, yeah, let Terra fall into their hands! And that's all she says in the English version. Oh, tons of the plan could have gone wrong for it, and in fact, honestly, several things did go wrong. It is only by circumstance that it turned out as well as it did for Geshtal and Kefka. Yes, I could, Certified. I'm not going to. I've also already failed to do so because I've already died once to Welk! Did I die a second time? I don't think I did. Did I? I have no memory of dying a second time this playthrough. But maybe I did, because I have this really weird memory of it. I'm trying to remember... Oh, right, the chasers. Yeah, see, that's the problem with a no-death run. A no-death run, it sucks because in a game like any of the FFs, it's well, it comes down to a great deal of RNG and what you're willing to fight. It is also worth noting that I could have mitigated those deaths. Well, I could have mitigated both deaths, but because the Welk death was just a mistake on my part. And the other death was because I refused to run from an enemy I should have. So, yeah, the end. Oh my god, Ozunix is being hacked as we speak! It was nice knowing you, Ozunix. Take care. As to Taz's question, can I be evil? No. Speaking as an ex-hacker, it's not as easy to hack as it sounds. Magicite is an item you can use where if you you use it and it will basically summon a random Esper. It can summon any random Esper. That includes Crusader, the one who can kill you. So, I usually don't use Magicite, and that's why I didn't bother to go out of my way to get the other Magicite earlier on. Yeah, when I was learning about coding, it's an excellent way to learn about code and network security and that kind of thing. I also did anti-hacking at my job once upon a time, because that's a huge deal, as just about anybody will tell you, really. Being able to counter-hack, or whatever you want to call that, is a pretty common thing. Alright, here we go, cutscene. Gao doesn't even say anything. Damn it, Gawa. Why don't you say anything? I have some dried meat for you, Gawa. I did the game last time by naming all the Espers. I'm not going to do it this time. It's too easy. I've gotten too good at it. And that was it, by the way. There was the 2 lines. It's actually 3 lines total, but the 3rd line doesn't actually help at all. And neither does that one. We can only assume Ozunix, but the assumption is there are not many left. So, as I've mentioned twice now, Espers are proven to not really have full control of their powers once they enter this world because they lose the stabilizing element of the Magi statues. Well, that is Kefka for you, Certified. So, the Espers just kind of rage completely out of control. from what we learn later when we actually talk to these Espers, they basically had gone straight to the Magitech research facility to find their friends, but the whole way there, they're like, I want you to try and picture this, okay, seriously. Picture these Espers roaring through the sky, hurtling spells left and right because they can't control their powers, and until they get all the way over to Vector, and then they're just blowing the hell out of Vector until finally they're like, oh my god, all our friends are dead, and they just lose it, mentally, emotionally lose it, in addition to the fact that they're already still not in control of their powers. And they rush off to one of the only places where they could find some semblance of stability, which is near Thamasa, of course. Yes, Kefka just got blown away. Cool. He's gone. Yes, let's return to the airship. No, Kefka isn't dead. However, Kefka was chased out of here by the raging torrent of Espers who just blew a new hole through the cave in order to get out of here. Save, 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 save! No. 5.5 hours, my goodness. Ah. You know, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that before. Thank goodness Kefka's still alive. Now, as I mentioned, the Espers are like, lunge over to Vector, destroy the hell out of the city. Hey, Reznak. We get on the airship heading towards Vector from the east. The Espers are leaving towards the east to go to Thamasa. So we just kind of happen to be in pretty much the worst possible spot in the world right now for that. So this doesn't go very well for us. Now, airships are not the most stable technology in the world, especially since there's basically only one. Yes, I know there's actually two. And there's the Imperial Air Fleet, there's that too, but whatever, you get the point. There are not many. So, apparently having massive, raging, barely controlling themselves Espers storming immediately next to the hull doesn't really seem to actually have a beneficial effect on the airship. We can actually put the controller down now for a second. Stretch our fingers. Because the airship just kind of goes nuts, and it's like, wow, my gosh, we're going all over the place because we are crashing. Whee! Alright, everybody get ready to jump out of the airship really quick. Here we go. Jump! No, I'm not controlling that. I'm not even holding the controller right now. Jump, Rory! It's the only way. One of the things I like, I just want to point this out, if you'll notice the background is still clouds, if you look at it carefully. Because of the way the SNES works, they really couldn't do another layer of the background for this airship. So what they did was they changed the palette on the entirety of the background layer, so it turns green, so it looks like we're resting on the grass, which I think is actually really cool. Looks like I'm going to have to unequip Gawa. Sorry, Gawa. Which sucks, because he was almost done with Phantom, too. Instead, we're going to bring Pax. They all say different things at this point in time, by the way. I just thought, like, pointing out, because the things that they all say here only change, like, 4 times in the entire game. Alright. Honestly, I should bring some low levels to try and even out the average level. I think you did, Preacher, because we were playing Magicka, and it was awesome. We aren't going to bring him, though, because, you know what? Screw the average item level. I want power. This is a speed run. Power. It should be, Preacher. Although Twitch has been really bad about that sort of thing lately. Now, I've actually, if you'll remember, I actually made a point to go out here and get the mithril armor, which is the only real reason to go to these towns at this point in time. So, rather than bother with anything... Right, he's still in the back row, that's why he's doing so terribly. You know what, this is stupid. Damn it, whatever. Remind me to put Locke back in the front row. $75 people, that is a lot for this late. Apparently, I'm a villain. I suppose that wouldn't surprise me much. Honestly. Anyway, so as I said, no reason to go in there. We're just gonna go ahead and buy a chocobo. I'm not gonna play the chocobo game either. I've already lost so much time. I need to start making up time. So we're gonna be without the airship for a while here now. Edgar always kills in a flash. He's just that awesome. And we're here. Now, as usual, I do actually plan on doing the entire thing, because if nothing else, Tintinnabar can be useful. So, Vector is on fire, and there are tons of Figaran, Returner, and Narshian troops here. I'm not going to talk to a single one of them, but they will just all tell you bit and parcel the fact that they got here and it was like this. They saw the Espers swarm out of the cave, which they assumed was the sign to attack, which it was. For God's sakes. There. And they decided to go ahead and commence the attack on Vector. Well, yeah, they got here, and Geshtal had lost. So this is the section where we're in the Imperial Palace. Whoops, sorry. Geshtal has just watched the Espers demolish his empire, and he has become convinced that the only possible option to do is possible option is to seek peace with the Espers. Now, Geshtal, who is of his many flaws, does have a degree of intelligence to him. So he goes ahead and basically says, we need to get a hold of those heroes, especially Terra, because that's the only way we're ever going to be able to communicate with those Espers. One of the things they request of you for this little minigame, and the whole reason we do this minigame, is they want you to talk to as many of the soldiers as you can, and there's a couple other caveats to it as well, in order to convince them that peace is the best option. So you learn a lot of different perspectives here, and this is one of the things I like about FF6. Obviously, there are soldiers who are portrayed as horrible, horrible people. That's just a duh, right? But there are also many soldiers who are just being portrayed as people, you know, regular people. And there's many soldiers who are portrayed as just, you know, decent people, normal people, ordinary people. Basically, you name it. They pretty much run the gamut. And that's one of the reasons I like this little section, is because it's completely unnecessary, except for the minigame aspects thereof. However, it serves a very strong purpose in trying to, in a very rapid manner, give us a... what's the word I'm looking for? Or the term? A slice? I can't think of the term I'm looking for. A slice of the personalities of the population of the Imperial soldiers, of which there are many. Oh, one of the other things we learn here is that Kefka has been in jail ever since he got back from the cave, because they found out that Kefka used the poison on Doma. And apparently that didn't gel with Emperor Geshtal. What is the term I'm looking for? It is actually a marketing term, which I'm using in a not exactly great usage thereof. God, I just cannot use my words tonight. Yes, I am certified, because I'm going to do this very quickly, and I'm going to have plenty of time to spare to do it. That's always been true, Ty, you know that. If you didn't pick up the game, it would never happen. I mean, duh. God, what is the term? I'm thinking this is going to bother me so badly now. Like a sample group or something like that? Or a test case sample group, something like that? God, I can't remember. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyways, point being, this is a good way to get a nice sliver, because I don't know the term, of the Empire and their personalities and all that stuff. Pretty much in a nice, neat little bundle. Focus group isn't bad, but not quite what I was going for. Very similar term. Damn it, Gawa, what'd I tell you about straining your legs? It's actually possible to make this by more than you need. In other words, you only need like 70 or something like that, and you can actually get 73 or something like that. I don't remember the specific numbers because I've done the whole thing every single time since like my second time playing, and gotten the chest, and talked to Kefka. Because why not? I think the question, Gawa, was why did your legs hurt to begin with? Oh, maybe I'm just misreading, never mind. Yeah, so we got 30 seconds left and we're done. So we're gonna go ahead and talk to Kefka. How dare they put me in a place like this? You get the Tintanabar, the, God, what is the whole list of the rewards? There's only two that really matter. I guess I can look it up because I got 7 seconds to spare here. Alright. The total rewards is South Figaro troops are removed, Doma troops are removed, the Imperial base is unlocked, you get a Tintinabar and a Charm Bangle. That's everything that you get. Well, gee, Ojunix, I think you kind of answered your own question here. To our hometowns. Now, I mentioned this in the SCC, but I kind of want to mention this again. One of the points is no matter what answer you give, Geshtal did, Big Chunk, the Emperor, the Imperial Emperor, that guy, sitting right in front of me. Anyways, by the way, I know I'm actually, term sampling, yes, that is actually the term. Thank you, Pyromancer. Yes, I have played several Total War games. They are... Whoops. Whatever, I just kind of screwed it up. It's not... I don't need the Charm Bangle that much. I probably have some spare enough to do this. Damn it, I just explained all this, Big Chunk. Weren't you listening? I really did just explain this. I'm so confused. Why are you confused? Anyways, no matter how you do this section, his responses don't actually change all that much. So... you may think that that was just done purely for the sake of the minigame, or maybe they just didn't want to write in dialogue trees, but neither is actually true. They specifically have this whole section... it's supposed to seem off. I know it's hard to get the nuance of it, especially in a format like this, but that is actually the whole point. And try to imagine a very awkward dinner. Not awkward as in, you know, family meeting where you don't want to be with the other person. But try to imagine awkward as in the other person is almost alien in the way they're portraying themselves to you, and what they're saying doesn't quite make sense, and blah 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 blah. If you understand where I'm going with that. There we go. That's kind of how this is supposed to be being portrayed. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, Geshtal's responses don't change, and the overall tone doesn't change of his word choice and of his presentation. So the overall point here is that, yeah, Geshtal is being very out of character and very much on purpose, in order to get across the point that something is very strange with this entire setup and this entire delivery. And, yeah, I mean, obviously nobody trusts Geshtal, duh. But I just like the way they present this. I don't have a better way to put that. They could just say, you know, have him twirling his mustache in the background and being obviously stupidly evil or whatever. But instead they have this whole sequence which is indicative through sentence structure that he is being out of character. How many games can you say are indicative through sentence structure of the fact that someone is up to something? I like that. And that's all I really wanted to say about this section. Alright, so Big Chunk apparently has no idea what's going on still. But Certified Specialist, you are guaranteeing that I am never, ever going to even look at that game. So Big Chunk, I'm going to lay it out really simple for you. The Espers got out. I told you this. They attacked Vector. I told you this. They went after Vector. I told you this. The Emperor said, okay, we need to seek peace. So that means we need Terra. I told you that too. So, the party has joined with Terra, or the Emperor has joined with Terra in order to try and seek peace with the Espers. So we're working with him in order to help his people see that peace is really the answer here. I genuinely don't understand what's confusing about this, Big Chunk. We're actually going to give her these sprint shoes. Yeah, Big Chunk just doesn't get it. That's okay. We'll forgive you, Big Chunk. We forgive you. Why would she know that, Big Chunk? So Figaro, Doma, weapons, Emperor, and that's it. Yep. No, the events of that were not something she saw. They were something we saw, which is a crucial and critical difference there too. So now we just have the party of Terra and Locke. This is kind of why I made sure that Locke was with me earlier, is because I realized that he was going to need some setup, because this is going to be the Terra and Locke show for actually a decent portion of gameplay here. And even if she did know, she would still be honor-bound in order to try and help, wouldn't she? I mean, the Espers are a big problem. They might destroy the world if she doesn't help them. Or stop them, basically. God, I'm so low level. We're actually not going to get the super optional awesome stuff yet, because frankly we don't actually need it yet. We will get it in a minute. Fear not. Now, as you know, Celes decided to play along with Kefka and be like, yeah, it was all a joke, I'm totally on your side, so Celes is now an Imperial again. And there's General Leo. Hello, General Leo. So we await the rest of our party, which is, of course, Celes and Shadow. General Celes and Wraith. Locke and Celes both act like they have never actually met each other before. Now, I mentioned before that there were some translation issues with that scene where Celes, and I'm working for the Empire, but don't worry, I'm not gonna garrote you. I just mentioned that line because it is indicative of the fact that Shadow has been gaining a degree of loyalty towards and with us over the course of the game. Hey, Sonic Doctor. So, anyways, this line that's coming up is why that entire scene in the Magitech Research Facility was mistranslated. Because Wolseley looked at this line where Locke admits that he doubted Celes, even if only for a moment, and decided that that meant that during that scene back at the Magitech Research Facility that Celes was clearly trying to betray him. But that's not actually how that went down. I told you how that actually went down. Celes was like, okay, you're right, Kefka, we'll end the charade, we'll end the game, and teleport it away. And then, thereafter, Locke didn't know what to make of it. After all, Locke doesn't really know Celes all that well. But Celes basically refuses to speak to Locke. Now, why is that? Well, that's duh. I mean, really. But Locke insists that he's still her friend. However, Celes is not only A, feeling really, really guilty about everything, but B, and frankly more importantly, now very much torn between the idea that maybe she actually does belong with the Empire, especially now that the Empire is finally seeking peace again, as opposed to, you know, being with Locke and the Returners. Someplace where she never actually belonged. The only reason she was ever a part of the Returners was because of Locke. The only reason she stayed a member of the Returners was because Locke stood up for her. So that is literally all on Locke, and now that Locke doubts her, well, you get the point. She's obviously torn. And wouldn't it be better for someone who's been in the military their entire life, since they were like 5, I'd say? Edward something something something. I forget his whole name. Whoops. 83. Wow. That's quite a few. I'm actually Edward... Is this him? No, that's not him. Wait, this is him, isn't it? Give me a moment. Yes, I said Edward Chris von Muir. That's his name. No Gilberts allowed. So this section is a lot of people consider this one of the better scenes in the entire game as far as revealing quotes about things. People are people. Not all of us are like Kefka. Now, Terra obviously picks up on the fact that he's speaking very oddly, so she asks what's wrong with him. And he admits that he has a great deal of guilt, because he knew she was being used as a kind of biological weapon. The mere fact in Leo's mind that he didn't do anything about it makes him as bad as Kefka. Now, she responds to him, I am a product of a human and an Esper. Will I ever have the ability to love? I talked about this during my rumination. Terra is not speaking about romantic love. She is not speaking about, oh, I want true love. No. Terra, if you'll remember, is not only still screwed up after the slave crown, but ultimately does not feel properly because she is a product of an Esper and a human. She literally is mentally and emotionally unbalanced as a result of her heritage, because she is a combination of magical and physical. And she actually goes to Shadow for advice, and he gives one of my favorite quotes in this thing, which I'll let you see in just a second here whenever it pops up. In this world, there are many like me who've killed their emotions. Don't forget that. But anyways, in the GBA version, it's a lot more obvious that Terra is mentally and emotionally off for the entire game, and just does not understand who or what or how, doesn't know what to think about things, and is basically just going with the flow because she has no idea what's right or wrong or anything like that. And of course, Locke is seasick, in case anybody's wondering what's happening here. Locke apparently does not do well on ships. Go figure. No, Shadow is modeled after the ninjutsu of power. Gunjai Sungzatento, or something, I don't know. I don't know how to do anything like that. So when we get there, Celes and General Leo will form one group, and we will form the rest of the group. That's semi-relevant because we will have to go after the town, Thamasa, which actually kind of makes you wonder where Leo and Celes were this entire time, right? This is not exactly a large area. I've actually heard two theories, consequently, as to what the two generals were doing. One, they were off hanging out with Gawa. Hey Gawa! It's the two generals, what's up? How's life? And they were eating muffins, because they like their muffins. No, seriously though, I've heard two theories about what the hell those two were up to. One, they were so military-minded that, well, we're adventurers, right, so we just get up and go. Alright, we've got our gear on her, we're ready to rock, so we literally get off the ship and take off, hit the massa, and get everything done, while they're back, okay, hang on, get the ship tied up, you know, make sure we've got all the troops set up, do we have our supplies set up? Okay, yes we do. Alright, let's make sure we've actually got everything in order, alright, we've got this here, you know, spending all this time setting down the bedrock for an actual military operation, while we, the adventurers, are already accomplishing the operation, if you follow me. That's theory one, and actually I like that theory a lot, because it kind of fits, especially with Leo. And the contrast between the two as a whole. We're not going to do the cutscenes, we're not doing... Well, actually, I guess I did say 90% included cutscenes, so we'll do the cutscenes. So as I mentioned way back when I was talking about Zozo and whatnot, the Magic Knights, are the characters who... the individuals... lol, Rory. Who, still have some magical talent in them because their descendants... I'm sorry, ancestors, that's the word. Their ancestors have, either had magicite infusion, or were directly infused with magic, or were partial espers, you know, whatever. That kind of thing, right? Alright, so... I promised you guys I'd let you name this guy, because I forced the last two names, so... What do you want to name? Strago. Who the hell is Roshi? Guru? Goto? We did Goto last time, if I remember. Gaia? Or Gaia, sorry. Oh my god, that's a lot of different votes. Oh my god. So far, literally not a single vote has received 2 votes so far, and a lot of these won't fit, and several of these I refuse to do. Like I said, several of these I refuse to do. No, fine, I'll do Roshi. God, frickin' anime Dragon Ball thing! Gotta speak American! When you come to the American game I'm totally playing right now. Well, seriously, all I'm seeing is Roshi, so apparently it's Roshi. Congrats, guys. 3 people voted for Roshi, and that's the only one that has multiple votes at all, so congrats! By the way, there's another person to rename literally within about a few seconds here, so... What do you want to name Realm? Don't make me dictator this one. Shepard wouldn't fit, by the way. Okay, there's 1 vote for Chibi. I am not naming a character Taco. I'm also not naming a character Rex, who is a 12-year-old girl. I'm not doing that. No, Taco's disallowed. I'm sorry. I don't care how many of you vote for it. Not happening. Okay, so has any vote received more than 1 yet? Doesn't look like it. Oh, nope, I'm lying. Catnip has received 2 votes. Because Catnip... Catnip, yeah, that would be 6. Greg is disallowed, because it's a frickin' girl. Oh, okay, so... 2 votes for Catnip, 2 votes for Tally. Or Tali, sorry. I should just walk into this with like a few options rather than letting you pick everything, because otherwise it's just going to be 90 names every time I put it up. Okay, you know what? No. Stop. Okay. We can name her Realm. We can name her Tali. Or we can name her, what was the other one? There was another one that was multi-voted there. Up. Catnip. Okay. Realm, Tali, Catnip, or Midna. I'll accept Midna as well. One of those four. So who's Catnip from? What's that from? Because I'm not recognizing that reference either. I mean, obviously I know what Catnip is, but I'm assuming that's named after some character in a anime or something. One, two, three, four, and three. I'm not... okay, we're at a tiebreaker here. We're still at a tiebreaker. I'd vote for Midna if I was voting for those. I liked Midna. But... yeah. And nobody's voting for Tali. It's actually really funny. Realm is behind by 2. Tali is nowhere. Except now, like, Tali is all of a sudden at, like, 4 now. Although, Midna is still in the lead based on everything. At the moment, Midna's in the lead, followed by Catnip, followed by Tali, followed by Realm at dead last. So apparently we're naming her Midna, because I'm already losing time, damn it. Now, everybody in the entire universe knows that Realm, aka Midna there, is actually the daughter of Shadow, aka Wraith there. Here's a question, and this is a question. I have my own theories of this matter, of course, but... who... or what... why do you think Shadow ended up abandoning Realm here? I have my own reasoning why I think he did, and abandoned his identity of Clyde and abandoned everything else and took on the guise of Shadow. But I'm curious why you guys think he did. There is little to no information about the mother, except for the fact that she died either when she was young or basically when she was born. Make sure he's got nothing still. He wasn't an assassin before he abandoned her, so that is an invalid theorem. Gosh, man. I suppose I'll tell you guys my theory while we're sitting here, because I don't have a lot to talk about this section. We do know that... okay, here's what happened to Clyde, right? Clyde was one of the big robbers. As I've already said, I do subscribe to the theory that Clyde, Barham, and Locke, and several others were all part of the same general thieving gang several years ago, about 10 years ago, give or take. Clyde and Barham attempted a massive train heist against Doma. They succeeded, but they didn't get away scot-clean. Soldiers, actual military, were coming after them. and so Barham and Clyde were both injured and ended up going over the waterfall into the Veldt, kind of by accident. Barham basically was paralyzed by the damage that he took, and demanded that Clyde kill him, mercy kill him, because he knew that if the soldiers caught him, it would be worse for him. Clyde couldn't bring himself to kill him, couldn't bring himself to kill his best friend. So Clyde runs off, and stumbles his way through the wilderness, ends up here in Thamasa. Now, at this point in time, Clyde is already kind of screwed up because of, having to just abandon his friend to a fate worse than death, because he was too cowardly to end his life in a mercy killing. He gets here, and finds a woman whose name we never even learn, and that's actually done on purpose, who basically takes care of him, mentally, emotionally, physically, brings him in, the two fall in love, the two end up growing close together, and finally end up marrying and having a child. That's Relm, right? The fact that they go out of their way to never name her, and to give only the tiniest tidbits of information about her, leads me to believe that she ended up dying. That something happened, doesn't even matter what, and she is dead. Hang on just a second. For someone who had already gone through the recent mental trauma of everything that I just mentioned with Barham, it is extremely likely, in my opinion, that Clyde, now calling himself Shadow, did exactly what he just said to Terra, killed his emotions and ran. Said, alright, I'm done. And just basically decided from that point on to never give a damn about anyone or anything ever again, just to move on. You follow me? He didn't have a life of crime at that time, Sean. I need to adjust their equipment. Anyways, that's my theory, because it kind of, fits the bill, so to speak. I need to adjust this with this. And now that you've finally learned Doom, Roshi is from some anime, I don't remember which. Dragon Ball Z, apparently. Oh, you mean Strago in general? What do you... I don't actually understand your question of comes from. I mean, he's got a mother and child, or I'm sorry, a mother and father, just like, most people do. Screw it, fine, I'll fight you. God. Frickin' balloons, you're just in my way. You don't even matter. You aren't even matter. Die! Anyways, okay, his backstory is actually quite simple. Strago is someone who is extremely skilled at magic in general. He is one of the old magic knights. He is someone who knows a great deal about history of magic, the people of magic, and the beasts of magic, because he has spent all his life studying them. He also willingly took in Relm to be his adopted granddaughter when she was basically abandoned, as we've already mentioned. The other things we know about Strago is that he was at one point in time a bit of an adventurer, someone who really liked to go out into the world and just kind of do whatever he felt like. Damn it, didn't make it. Whatever. These fights are irrelevant, that's why I'm just trying to skip them. They literally just waste time. These are not good X, these are not good anything. And I need to save my MP for the boss. Anyways, we know that he was a bit of an adventurer. We also know that Strago was actually kind of a renegade amongst the people of Thamasa, because as you know, all these people basically live in segregation and seclusion in order to hide the fact that they are all magic users, because they believe the world would judge them for that, and they are correct, especially with Gestahl doing his thing. So Strago was one of the few people who basically refused to live by that rule and actually would go out and about throughout the world and be like, yeah, adventure! Now, he wouldn't show his magic potential, of course, because, you know, duh. But he actually encountered a great deal of the world during his younger years, and fought a great deal of monsters and engaged in a great deal of all sorts of stuff. You get the general point, right? The only thing we know specifically as far as stuff that he did during those years was the fact that we need to re-equip him, and once we re-equipped him, we're all good. There we go. Is that he always sought after a certain enemy called Hidden. Yes, I know, really clever naming, right? Who always eluded him when he was a youth, and it kind of tormented him. We don't actually know why specifically, but it's my opinion there's actually nothing very big or elaborate behind it. I think, in all honesty, he just was tormented by it because it was his failure. Anybody would be like that. Anybody who had a failure in their life that never really went away would probably be bothered by it to some degree or another, would they not? So I think that's why the Hidden thing bothered him for so many years afterwards. Anyways, that's Strago, kind of in a nutshell. I'm not going to bother healing. I have no reason to. And that's why. Because he's the only reason, he's the only thing I need in this fight at this point. Strago can literally solo so much of this fight. And, oh no, he did reflect. It doesn't affect procs on weapons, though. And it doesn't affect AoE attacks, so bye! Now, this guy actually has 5,000 HP, but I'm not too worried about that. In fact, I'm not worried about that at all. In case you're wondering, no, you don't get extra X for the bomblets. The reason why is because of the fact that you don't get X for bosses in general in this game. So it doesn't matter how many of them you kill, you'll still get 0x because this is still a boss fight. My favorite FF game is the one I'm playing right now. Unless that was a question to the people in the chat, in which case, feel free to answer. And I just learned the 2s off of Meduin, which is awesome. Midna! Midna, where are you? One of the things that amuses me is the fact that Shadow is about to use a smoke bomb to get out of this dungeon. You may wonder why I find that amusing. That's because if you use a smoke bomb in a dungeon, it will teleport you out of the dungeon. You know, if you actually use the item in-game, and so it just kind of amuses me that he uses a smoke bomb to get out of this place. Especially since you'd kind of think they've got plenty of smoke as is, but... Gawa doesn't like FF5. Oh, shun. Shun. God, you're making me feel old here, Last Wolf. I like FF12. I also did a pretty good I did a rumination about FF12 where I was like, hey, it's a good game. It has some flaws, but it's a good game. Gawa hates FF5. Sniffle, sniffle. Why do you hate FF5? FF5 is such an amazing game. And you hate it. Sniffle, sniffle. I mean, come on. Galuf is so awesome. Give me a break, right? So, this is where Strago explains that this is the village of the Mage Warriors, or the Mage Knights, or the Magi Knights. These are people who used Magicite thousands of years ago, and yeah. Strago adds one piece of the puzzle that I didn't mention to you. The way he puts it is really simple, yet really brutal. The people blamed us for the war. They hunted us like animals. There weren't even trials. That simple line, that it's just 3 sentences, really gets across a surprising amount of information for just being 3 simple sentences like that, and it really emphasizes just how much the Mage Warriors had to work at hiding, and one of the reasons why these people secluded themselves here in Thamasa, and the others secluded themselves in Zozo. Two completely segregated societies that are completely separate from the entire rest of the world. Let's see, is there... If you count Metroid Prime 1, there is an FPS in my top 20 preacher. So, take that as however you want. And there's nothing wrong, excuse me, with liking something different than everyone else. Unless you like, the games that don't exist, in which case I'll just, kill you in order to make sure that the lie maintains. Gotta keep the conspiracy going, guys. And yes, they did choose different ways to hide Rory. These people just chose an island, a town on an island in the middle of nowhere. And then the Zozians intentionally built this whole, we're a horrible place, don't come here, and built their own culture into it so nobody would ever go there, even though they're within literal walking distance of the rest of society. Hiding in plain sight, and hiding, traditional hiding. Interesting way to approach it, I think. Now, you need some heals, but, actually no, you need this. And by the way, yes, Interceptor is the same dog from when, they were still living together, etc. When, he was still her father. Still acknowledging himself as her father, I guess is the way I want to put that. Uh-oh. Everybody kill Swedish Tavern right now. Kill him! Kill him! Witch hunt! So meanwhile, while we've done all of this, Celes and Leo have still done nothing. Very good, sweet certified specialist. Soon you will join my ranks of the Death Knights. What level am I? Average level of 20. God, this is gonna suck. This isn't gonna suck, but pretty much the next thing I'm gonna do is gonna suck. So I'm not gonna get most of the treasure here. I just don't care. None of it's really worth it, and I'm about to do the Doom section anyways. And I'm actually really nervous about the Doom section. Although consequently Swedish reminds me of the fact that, speaking of FPSs, there are the Half-Lives, and the Portals also up there in the tops as far as FPSs go. We must kill Swedish Tavern, my minions. It is the only way. By the way, the Atma weapon actually ignores defenses too, just like the drill does and a few other attacks. I just mentioned that because that's one of the reasons people still swear by it, despite everything. Despite the difficulty of using it. That's because, and that is because of the fact that it ignores defense. I actually don't have a lot to say about this section. I'm just kidding. I do have something to talk about, and we're going to start talking about it right now. I'm actually going to take that off. Well, no. Yeah, we're going to go and do that. See you around, Sonic. Good luck in the exam. Whoops, I went through... I can't believe I just did that. I actually let Realm troll me. Well, I'm irritated now. Unfortunately for these guys, I already know the 2s. I just haven't been using them, because I've been saving my mana. So, you're all dead now. The only FF I could say I really didn't enjoy to a superlative degree would be, Well, let me think about that, actually. I'm still... No, I'm just gonna go with my gut instinct on this one. I'm gonna go with 2. FF2. The only FF that I wasn't just like, yeah... Even FF1, when I finally played the remake of FF1, was still, in my opinion, a genuinely good game. I mean, obviously, nowhere near as good as more modern games, because the remake didn't come out until, you know, FF6 was already out, but you get the point. It was still a good game, at least in my opinion. And had its own layers of subtlety and complexity and blah blah blah. I already talked about all this in my rumination. 78 viewers, my god. I do not troll Certified Specialist. And I didn't say he was the, I meant he was one of the... Because the is Kuja. We've already been over this. So no, I was not trolling. I'm healing him. That's the problem. I didn't even notice that water was healing him. I should probably pay a little bit more attention. Oh my god, yes. Kuja is is without question the strongest of the villains in FF. Who the hell is Chaos? Is he some guy? Some dude? Some person? Minwu was pretty awesome. Probably one of the better NPCs, especially given how early on he was. Note to self, buy some frickin' Phoenix Down soon. Oh, I didn't play 13.2. I got a little bit into it and then decided it wasn't worth my time. Cloud of Darkness is powerful, but only in her own element. So, not really. Let's see if we can not suck this time. Ultimecia was very limited in her power, pretty much standard. I'd put her alongside Zemus if I had to. Actually, I'd put her under Zemus if I had to be frank. So, damn it, I was going to start talking about this. Why is Ultros here, first of all? We know why the Espers are here. This island is magical in general because the descendants of the Mage Warriors have lived here for 1,000 years. The entire island has a magical aura about it, right? That's just kind of a duh when you get down to it. So there's that reason for being here. There's also the fact that it is very probable that those Mage Warriors are the ones who put these statues here. And these statues themselves, it is debatable as to whether or not they are actually magical themselves, or whether or not they are only magical because of the same reason everything else here is magical, because the Mage Warriors have been here for millennia. We really have no way of knowing one way or the other. Yeah, we're good. However, this magical nexus is a natural place for the Espers to go. So, why is Ultros here? Well, I think that's incredibly obvious. Because there's shiny things here. I mean, really, come on, guys, duh. The Emperor is Mateus. Emperor Mateus Palamecia. Now, you probably think I'm joking with this whole, because there's shiny things here. But I kinda mean that. He is also, however, very much stalking the group. It is my opinion that Ultros was actually, basically following the group even when they were going across the sea, like, oh, where are they going right now? Huh? And actually followed them all the way out here, and was like, ah, they're in this weird town full of weird people, I'm not gonna go in there. And so he just kind of wandered off to the mountain to do his own thing. He wanders off to the mountain and is like, aha, there's some shiny things here. And then we show up. The end. Uh-oh. Form changed. Beware his tri-elemental attack. Oh, that's gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt too. I might actually die. Yep, I just died. When did I save last? By the way, that fight's actually hard. That's the only fight in the entire game where Ultros is actually hard. And yes, there is another fight past that. Yeah, that's what I thought. God, I'm underleveled. I am almost 10 levels underlevel now. 10! But yeah, that's if you didn't see, Ultros actually uses level 3 spells and hits everyone for about 250-ish, and does 3 or 4 abilities on top of that. He actually does hurt this time around. I was actually half expecting to die on him, to be honest with you. By the way, you cannot banish me, for I am eternal. We're just gonna blaze right back there and get right back into the boss fight. Try to be a little bit more careful this time. I was admittedly being a little bit not careful with the last time. Okay, we're just gonna run then. Unless that kills him, which it does, sure. So, fun fact, my most powerful mage in the party at this moment is a Locke. Think about that for a bit. What's funny is his next and last time we fight him, he's gonna be a complete joke. I'm not even worried about that fight. This is the only time I fight Ultros and I'm worried about it, right here. By the way, I just feel like pointing something out here, which I'm gonna go ahead and do here. By the way, this is the first time in the entire game they actually mentioned the 3 Magi. I just kind of thought I'd point that out. I've been talking about them this entire time, literally since I started the game. I just thought I'd mention, you know, this is the first time they actually mention it in the game. If you look at the back of the statues, you get a whole little seat. You get this thing. I'm not going to do all of them, but you can talk to the back of all 3 of them to get a little bit of lore into the inside of the beginnings of the Magi War. I did mention that when I started too. I was like, a bit into the game, you're actually going to learn more about this, but I'm just going to explain this now. Take 2. I was just thinking about you. I have more lives than I do arms. Yeah, screw you. It doesn't help that Strago is actually kinda useless right now. All of my firepower comes from Locke. Do I at least have Cure 2? No. And I don't have that either, damn it! I don't have anything. Ah, Hulk Smash! Actually a little annoyed that I don't have that. Does he have that? No, of course he doesn't. This is going to be an irritating fight because I am so not set up for a real boss fight right now. He also has more HP here than he ever does. 10,000 at the moment. Which is actually quite a lot for anything at this stage of the game if you're paying attention. Especially considering the last boss we just fought had 5,000, which was the Flame Eater back in the Thamasa. Okay, that was good. I could take that instead of, you know, Doom. Come on, hit phase 3, hit phase 3, hit phase 3 before you kill me. Ah, who's dying? Hope I'm not making a nuisance of myself. So sorry. Ultros is a troll. sometimes. But it's okay, we still love him. He's a troll royalty. Oh, damn it. Okay, that's okay. It hits Strago. That's okay. I don't mind if it's Strago. Come on, I gotta be close. Nope. Yeah, I saw that coming. Damn it. And he was dead for that. How does anybody make a friend with anybody, Pyromancer? Shoot, I'm out of mana. I'm getting kind of desperate here, honestly. And he's dead. Again. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Berserker strats! And Strago's dead. Berserker strats. That's so not gonna work if I'm only hitting for 200. Okay. I wouldn't consider Ultros evil. I would consider him amusing. Does that count? Screw it. Attack! 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 Uh-oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Shoot, okay. Did not want that. This could be really, really, really bad. Actually, no, I need you to attack. Don't kill Locke. Thank you, yes, kill Strago. He is kind of worthless to me anyways, right now. Oh, thank God. Yes, I've had the lightsaber for some time. So, I mentioned that this is the hardest Ultros fight. It's worth noting that you can kill him without sketching him with Realm. He's got after this fight, he basically enters another phase of the fight where he's got another 20,000 HP, and he does nothing but hit you with level 3 spells. The game really, really wanted you to sketch with this phase. If you're really over-leveled, you can still kill him, you know, without using the sketch, but holy crap. So, we get to this point, and Ultros is like, "Get away from me, kid," because, you know, he's Octopus royalty. And they're just like, "Oh, for God's sakes, just let her sketch you. I mean, don't be so heartless." And Ultros is like, "Alright, Uncle Ulti really wants you to do his portrait." Now this amuses me. So, Realm, who can sketch so perfectly that she can actually sketch lifelike things, sketches Ultros. And please don't miss, or it could miss. Oh god, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Well, I may be having deaths here. There we go. Please don't miss. There we go, thank God. Now, the tentacle is, of course, what happens when you sketch Ultros, but how Ultros is like, "I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus." And this is the first time that Ultros realizes he is an octopus. And thus Ultros now knows he is nothing but a stupid octopus. And now we're gonna frickin' heal. I don't care that there's a tent up ahead. I could get in a random encounter between now and then, and that would really, really suck. Bismarck. How is everyone doing? Nowhere. 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 Hey, you guys named him Roshi. I didn't want to name him Roshi. I hate Roshi, whoever that is. Okay, I could use a tent here, but that would be a complete waste. Oh, for God's sakes. I like how everyone has their different animations. You don't really notice it early on. But every single character has a thing. You know, they'll jump on the screen and be like, "Hacha, I'm ready!" Or whatever. Realms is she'll jump on the screen and then wave at the camera. I'm getting really sneezed all over the place here, aren't I? Yeah, that is a tough fight, like I said. No joke there. That is actually a difficult fight. Even though you may mock me for that, it is true. Sorry, I really didn't feel like playing around anymore. I want this one, don't I? Wait, no, this is the wrong one. No! Wait, yes, this is the right one. Phew. We're basically done with here now. We're gonna have a massive cutscene up ahead. We're not even gonna fight these. Don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't really care about this battle. So, the section that's coming up, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot to explain beyond the obvious. This is all pretty obvious and well laid out and stuff like that. However, it is worth noting that there is one segment of this section that is really, really lost in translation in the English version. Or rather, in this English version. They get it across a little bit better in the GBA re-release. As I mentioned, this point in time in the game, most people are 15 to 20 hours through the game at this point. And that is basically the length of a game. Everyone kind of assumed that the scene is what was about to happen was in fact going to be the last boss. No last dungeon, no last anything, just this out of nowhere, right? There was a big there we go. No, it is not, Rory. There was this really big, I don't want to call it an advertising push, it was more like a rumor campaign, and I'm pretty sure the players are more to blame for that than the developers are, that this actually was the end of the game, and a lot of people really went out of their way to talk about this as though it was the end of the game. Now, I actually understand that, believe it or not, even though it is a lie, even though it is deceptive, because the impact of what happens after this would have been lessened significantly if everybody knew it was coming. If everybody knew, you know, the floating continent and the events thereafter were coming, it wouldn't have been nearly as interesting to so many people. Speaking personally, the events thereafter did completely catch me by surprise, for example. I was just like, oh my god, I can't believe... Wow, holy crap, you know? And so, like I said, this big scene was really being designed from a dialogue perspective and from a directorial perspective to try and present it as though this was the lead-up to the last bite, right here, right now. And so we have this big, peaceful scene, the Empire is at peace, we finally talk to the Espers, Terra's together, Celes and Locke are finally making up, you know, General Leo finally has his peace, blah 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 blah, this whole thing. Now, some of you may be assuming I am speaking of the fact that Kefka was actually going to be the last fight here. You are incorrect. The presentation was such that the floating continent itself was the last dungeon. I mentioned before that several people thought that the approach to Vector was the last dungeon. However, that is a smaller group compared to the many people who thought the floating continent was the last dungeon, which is a huge percentage of the people who played this game in the day when it came out. And in fact, I know people who've played this game since it came out who genuinely thought the floating continent was the last dungeon. Try and picture this overall setup. Now, I'm going to stop talking for a minute, because I want to do this. How about a little Magitech mayhem? Many, many people thought the floating continent was the last dungeon, and very, very well done, and for good reason, I think. Well, I agree, Swedish Tavern. Emperor's orders. I'm to bring the magicite remains of these espers to His Excellency. Behold, a magicite motherload. Okay, I can't quite do Kefka tonight, I'm sorry. I'm having too many issues with my back of my neck. Can't do it. It's too swollen for me. But yes, many, 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 many people were like, yep, this is it. Because, again, think about the presentation. We just had the big wrap-up, as it's referred to, okay? Sorry, I needed some water. We just had the good ending. You know, alright, we finally made peace. Leo is finally on our side. The Empire's finally on our side. The Espers finally understand. Everything was resolved. If Kefka hadn't walked in at this moment, we literally could have had a good ending as of that moment. Then Kefka walks in, demolishes everything. We have this awesome, just super amazing section here as Leo, where we just go after Kefka. Finally, something Leo has probably wanted to do literally for years. Finally raises his blade to Kefka, having finally just been like, okay, this is ridiculous, I'm never putting up with this again, I'm going to bring all my power to you. Shock! Best ability ever. Kefka fights back, of course. You're right, I should run. Run! It literally won't let me run. LNR is not an option. Wow. Reviving Leo was one of those really big rumors for a long time. You think reviving Eris was bad. This was a really, really common rumor at the time. Emperor Geshtal, I need you here. Leo, my liege. Notice he still kneels before Geshtal, by the way. I'm sorry I deceived even you, Leo. My purpose has been to gather Magicite and grow powerful. Please understand me. But Emperor, don't say anything. I understand how you feel. That's right. What we have to do now is collect Magicite. But my liege, what have I been fighting for? Leo, I'd like you to take a nice long snooze. Real long! So, you think you hit me? That was just my shadow. And how'd you like my guest hall? I should have been on stage. Well, General. You're such a goody two-shoes. Oh, a threat? You're such a violent little brute. I'll tell your liege I had to exterminate a traitor. Hate. Hate. Hate! Shove. And General Leo is now dead. And yes, I did know that certified, thank you. Although she could still die from it, blood loss, internal organ damage, etc. So yes, General Leo just got brutally murdered by being stabbed in the back by Kefka. Now, at about this point in time, about 6 or 7 Espers just got forcibly shoved into Magicite. That kind of event, I come from a medical background. What do you want from me, certified? A will let off a very specific magical backlash, and B is the kind of thing that you would feel from some ways away. So all the other Espers who are at the gate, and are well aware of the fact that several of their friends went through the gate, are at the gate on their side of the world, being like, okay, we gotta get out there. We gotta know something, you know, we gotta do something. And all of a sudden they feel the deaths of their friends. Their rage allows them to shove their way through the gate, through the sealed gate, into this world. Now, again, I want to stress, they don't have full control of their powers at this point in time. I know I've said that a bunch, but that is partially important for what's about to happen. So, we have a bunch of royally pissed off, not fully in control of their power Espers, who are shoving their way out here. And they're like, okay, we're gonna save our friends, we're gonna avenge them, yes! So they fly out here. I'd say you're all charged up, boys and girls, or Whatever. Say, remind me to show you my Magicite collection someday. You might see a few familiar faces. Now for a little Magicite hocus pocus. First, let's neutralize your abilities. Kills his own men, by the way. Now, little espers, let's see what you've got! I actually have a lot to talk about in this scene, but it's all, past tense, basically, if you know what I mean. Huh? You want to take me on? Fine, here I am. So the Esper's like, die, super die. Imagine thinking you could defeat me. Oh, this is rich. Now, my little Magicite pretties, come and help me build the magical empire of Kefka! Ooh, they're warm to the touch. What treasures! This is ridiculous! I had no idea you were such whims! Oh, it's time to put a stop to all of this. I like to call this Kefka Cast Ultima. Yoink! Whew. I think I have plenty of Magicite for the time being. That is, until I make my way through your precious sealed gate. I don't believe this! So, the thing I was going to comment on... Not difficult, no, just irritating, Corey, in my opinion. But then again, I hate playing games in a touchscreen interface. By the way, I'm not Kefka, don't worry guys. I'm not really honest. Oh, sorry. So generally it was dead. Very dead, real dead. Yeah, that scene is basically considered by many to be the best scene of the whole game, just in terms of sheer epic impact. So... yes, Ozunix. Not all of them, though. That's not genocide. That was just mass murder. Oh my god, the Emperor's a liar! What a shock! I said for epicness. There's tons of great scenes in this game. Give me a break. Obviously, the moment Magicite crossed their attention, Kefka and Gestalt both basically shifted all of their attention, all their research, all their interest into using Magicite, absorbing Magicite, and, most importantly of all, forcing Espers into Magicite. We know for a fact that the Empire had massive access to the ancient text, the libraries, and the written works that still existed from the War of the Magi. So it is really not unlikely that now that they had a word to search for, the word Magicite, they could go back and look into that and find out that several people back in that era did actually perfect the technique of forcing an Esper to turn into Magicite. Which, as we've discussed before, is not only a horrific thing, but very difficult to pull off. That's basically, in my opinion, all Kefka and Gestalt were doing from that point until here, when Kefka finally comes out and says, alright. And at this point in time, Kefka has so much Magicite, so much magical power, and of course all that knowledge in order to force more Espers to become Magicite. Yeah, he's just getting stronger and stronger and stronger, kinda literally by the minute. However, there's one other problem here that needs to be addressed. And that is the fact that when they when the Espers fled the Esper Gate in order to come here to save the people, they just kind of left the gate wide open and banging in the wind. And, yeah. So now Geshtal and Kefka can literally just walk right in, completely unopposed. So Kefka has just owned the hell out of everything, is much, much more powerful than he's ever been before. General Leo's dead. The Empire is... yeah. And then this happens. There's a reason a lot of people thought this was the last dungeon, and this was the climax of the game. If people beat the game much lower than I do, although I would not want to do that. This is a speed run, not a low-level run. That requires completely different strategies. So, yeah, the entire chunk of the island flew up into the air and is now a floating continent that Geshtal intends to rule over the entire planet as a new god of the new world. Forgive me for the reference again, but that really is his goal. Because he has the 3 magi right there. Those are the actual 3 magi, by the way. And Geshtal is just kind of... yeah... alright, but we do have one last thing to do. Basically, yes, Ozunix. What? Going the wrong way. Whoops. And I also hit the wrong button. There we go. They can't, Ozunix. They're literally incapable. Yeah, I am. Realm very much has her flying license. We're gonna save really quick. For no particular reason. Nope. Don't worry, guys, there's nothing here. It's just a bunch of rabbits on lettuce. No being afraid whatsoever. See? I mean, just because Ultros kicked the crap out of me, I got this. I got this. No, I have not, Corey. That's actually the very last thing I'm going to do before I go out. Nothing still. I'm actually really under-equipped, too, because I've been intentionally avoiding a lot of treasure. I have been using genuine speedrun strats here, which is part of the reason I'm having such issues. Because I am really under-leveled, under-equipped, under-everything. Oh, come on. I wonder if I could run faster than I can kill him. Let's see, that would be 2 dead. Yeah, no, okay, fine, just die. This is stupid. What do you mean, certified? Your question makes no sense to me. I demand answers. This is either going to be really stupid or really awesome. I'm not actually sure which. No. I will be doing a... There we go. Alright, guys. Wish me luck. Now here's the funny part, because I knew that was going to happen too. But that's okay. No, I don't like Chrono Cross. I'm the only person in the entire universe who doesn't, but I don't like Chrono Cross. So I just thought I'd point this out. This was actually really impressive at the time. Look at this. This is where the floating island used to be, see? They actually bothered to get rid of the frickin' graphic on the overworld. Imperial base still abandoned. Just to let you guys know, if you go and start exploring anywhere else, basically there's like the Vector is completely abandoned, which is actually really creepy. There is nobody there in Vector. None. And there's some implications behind that too. When I say nobody's there, I really mean it. In fact, here, well, okay. If you'll remember, the entire Figaran and Narshian and Force and Bannon was there, and Arvis was there. You know, all the members of the Returners were there before. You remember that? Let's just burn it 10. Screw it. And now there's nobody there. Think about that for a second. Also, we don't see any of them for the entire rest of the game. Ever. Try to think about that for a moment. And think about where they went, and why they're not here anymore. I'm sorry, I actually gotta show you this, because this is just like one of the creepiest moments in this particular game for me. After everything that's happened, we go back to Vector, and it is just empty. There is nothing here. It's still on fire. And this horrible music plays. And I'm not even gonna go through the whole place, but trust me, there is nothing left here at all. The only Imperials left are the IAF, and all the Returners are dead. Probably horribly. Actually, we need to do one more thing. We need to get our final save in. We're even going to do a backup save, because this is hard mode. This is going to suck. There is absolutely no two ways about this. All members. Oh, God, this is gonna suck. Gala becomes stronger on the belt. Okay. We need you. We need Celes. And I need some firepower, like some real firepower. So I'm thinking we're gonna go ahead and bring Edgar. I need you to have this and this. Actually, no. No. What don't you know? Yeah. Do you know either part of the combo? No. Do you know either part of the combo? No. Do you know twos? You're working on twos. Yes, Celes has to come with. That is absolutely required. We're actually going to go ahead and do one more safety save now that we've got the party set up. Yeah, once you know exactly what you want, whoops. You tend to go through the menus very quickly. Especially helps if you read as quickly as I do. Let's do it. Yes, I know, only 3 are allowed in my party. I just did this. Alright, time to kill all the Imperials left in the world, basically. This is another reason this really had the last dungeon feel to it. This is the end of the Empire right here. The Empire is basically gone. Someone actually mentioned that earlier in chat, I forget who. But they were quite correct. The Empire is basically just completely screwed. And at this point in time, all that's really left is Geshtal and Kefka, and they don't care. Perfect. Chupon is his name. The other reason I take Celes with me is she's actually quite useful for this coming up section, and I very much want her to learn spells for what's going to happen after this next section. They're all dead, Big Chunk. They were killed by Espers or by us. One of the two, take your pick. Always want to go after that Spitfire first, because he sucks. In fact, actually, I wonder. But yeah, the Empire's dead, the Returners are dead, and now there's this giant floating continent in the sky. I hate to keep reiterating this, but it really does feel like endgame potential, doesn't it? You'll notice Edgar is also basically all of my damage right now. Civilians, Big Chunk. Everybody else who's left. Exactly, Ozunix. Why wouldn't you feel bad for them? My god. These people have not exactly been through a nice time. I didn't buy more Phoenix Downs. This might actually suck. Well, whatever, I'm tired of playing around. Because Setzer is actually my big mage. So, goodbye! He's also my best healer right now, ironically enough. Magic healer, anyways. Whoops, not what I meant to do. Now, Sean. Not everyone is dead. There are plenty of people for Geshtal to rule over. As the god of the new world. Damn it, he got it off. Eat that crap. It's almost a shame that Setzer is absolutely required to be my DPS at this point. Because his Mugu Mugu would be really nice for latent free heals at this point. But, for those of you who don't know, you get a free heal after the first boss of this section, so... Free heal and free mana heal, too, so it's not really relevant. Yes, see, what happened, Big Chunk? I'm sorry, I didn't actually cover that, did I? So, Setzer stayed behind. I don't know if you noticed, but during the entire Imperial segment, when we were going through Vector and dealing with the troops, Setzer was never there. That's because Setzer stayed behind on the airship to fix it. God, are we there yet? Now, what actually ended up happening was Edgar, who, as we all know, is something of a womanizer, basically got in sweet with one of the women who worked within the Empire. Now see, this is how you do it, Rory. Edgar got in so well with her and kind of... Well, okay, the degree to which he was being clandestine with her depends on which version you're playing. In some cases, it's just kind of implied that they were just flirting. In other cases, it's implied that they were doing more than flirting. But, however you define it, he was successfully wooing her, and as a result, she managed to blurt out the fact that there was this big plot. And that's why the team knew to flee Vector, and basically did so just in time before Vector became a burning husk of a ruin. Also, hi, Darth Terrorist. So he didn't intimidate her, he wooed her. That was the difference. And it worked. It's the only way, Rory. I'm just saying, if you wooed more, I suddenly can't think of receptionists instead of intimidated them, you might get further. That's all I'm saying. I actually need to start saving his mana. In fact, we're actually going to blow a tincture on him. What is Rory's charisma? 5? Sorry, that sounds mean. But he is a barbarian who also happens to be a human. I mean, a human barbarian? God. That's a recipe for disaster right there. Ah, right. Damn, messed it up. There is a sort of reliable way to always get 7 flush with the slots machines, But as you can see, I'm not always getting it correctly. There we go. That's how you do it right there. Once you get the first one, no matter what happens, you could just mash the A button. It will always be, the second two will always be the diamonds for the rest of it. Don't hit Edgar. Oh, sure, hit Edgar, thanks. Just like that. I did that perfectly a second time in a row there, very nice. Getting lots of gold here too, which is great, because I'm going to need that in a bit. Now we got our first boss fight of the last dungeon to go through here. And yes, the first boss fight of the last dungeon is Ultros. And yes, Ultros is just here for us. He saw that we were heading up into the sky, and he was like, I gotta get me some of that. No, I don't want to do that. Actually, you know what? I do. Hey, you're the one who decided you wanted to be a human. You made that choice all on your own. He is just that talented with his tentacles, Big Chunk. I'm actually going to save my mana, because I need it for Chupon. There we go. I lose again. Well, today I brought a pal. Mr. Chupon, come on down. Fungi! Mr. Chupon's taciturn, but terribly powerful. This is actually going to be a really easy boss fight because of the way I have it set up. At this point I turn all of my damage onto Chupon because it doesn't matter if you kill Ultros. You can, but it doesn't matter because you can just kill Chupon and that will end the fight. And he's really weak to ice, as you can see. And yes, he is in FF7 as Typhon. And you'll notice basically none of their attacks are hitting me. That's the reason why I went ahead and phantomed towards the beginning. And that's it. He sneezes us off the airship. As we are plummeting through the sky, we encounter the Air Force One. They actually renamed it for the English version. And we're going to go ahead and take out these bits because I'm not an idiot. But you'll notice we are now back at full mana, full health. Unfortunately, Celes is still kind of useless, so we're just gonna have her attack, because I got nothing for her. No, Rarthy. At this point in time, it would have been someone named Bush, anyways. And not the kind of Bush you're thinking of, either. Or not the Bush you're thinking of, I should say. This guy actually hits really hard, by the way. I don't know if you can tell that because I'm trying to blitz through him as quickly as I can, but he does actually hit pretty hard. Damn, he's still not down. That's actually... oh, that's bad, that's bad. So that spec will absorb all magic until it's destroyed, and he's gonna start doing a countdown until he just kinda kills me, basically. Got rid of the spec. We're gonna start ignoring the little thing and just kind of eating the damage. We're gonna cure him. Was it Clinton? It was one of those. It was him or Bush, Senior Bush. It was one of the two. There we go. Sorry, I really did actually want to get rid of that. Count 5. I think I got this. I think I got this. Just gonna start unloading on him now. I'll take your word on it. With the Clinton thing. No, actually, he cannot, Rarthy. The only reason... Oh, thank God. The only reason he could suplex the train was someone miscoded it, and when they caught it, they decided to leave it in because it was suplexing a train. So... Alright. Here it is. Welcome to the last dungeon, guys. Welcome to hell. You'll notice we were not healed this time. Get Shadow really quick. So, Wraith was actually here because he was, they tried to kill him when they tried to kill... Well, okay. Shadow actually basically just gives away a lot of info just now, even though it doesn't really seem like it. Part of the information he just gave away is the fact that Geshtal and Kefka basically killed most of their own men. Either intentionally and deliberately, or just because they were there and happened to be collateral damage. The IAF was the only thing left. And actually, we're going to do something a little bit different with him. We're going to do something a little bit different. Anyways, so, yeah. Geshtal and Kefka are basically all that's left of the Empire at this point, and they're both kinda just killing everything and everyone with reckless abandon, and ruling over the entire world with this Island of Doom. I'm actually kinda nervous about this. Here we go! Okay, so, the floating continent, right? This is arguably the hardest spot in the entire game. And I'm not saying that facetiously. I mean that with sincerity. The enemies here are just like, yeah, okay, these aren't too bad, until they just destroy you abstractly. The enemies here also give some of the most exp that you will have in a really long time. In fact, until you get to some of the super optional spots, or about halfway through the World of Ruin, you will not see better exp than here. And they like to do all sorts of nasty status effects and other unpleasantness, and yeah, this place just kind of sucks. There really is nothing else for it. Now, this is also the best place to level by far. This is actually the third best place to level in the entire game, so this is the best place to level that we're at yet. Now, I could go get an item here, but that's not happening. Now, these are probably my least favorite of the enemies up here, because they're actually really weak, but they hit like a truck. And I just screwed up my slot, so this kind of sucks. But I've had several people ask me before, what's with all the enemies on here? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Did you really just do that? Fine, die. God dang it. Irritating. I hate ninjas. Their only attacks are to throw items. You know, all those items that you can throw as Shadow, that's what they do. So, there are only really two kinds of enemies here. There are enemies that were once Espers, and have either been driven insane or are being controlled by Geshtal and Kefka, or are just remnants of whatever was left of the Imperial fleet. Most of these are Espers and other such nightmarish creatures, as you might imagine. Now, I also want you to try and think for a second about that. These are the Espers, you know, the Espers. The ones we've been spending this entire time trying to help and save, and oh my god, I can't believe that just happened. That actually really, really sucks. I may die here, in this fight right here. Anyways, and we are basically having no choice but to kill our way through them. I mean, yeah, we could run through the fight, but you get the point. They're in our way. And they aren't in control of themselves any more than we have any choice about killing them, because they're being controlled by Kefka and Geshtal, and this really, really sucks. Edgar's about to get a lot of exp, or maybe he's about to die. I don't know if you're noticing, but that takedown move actually hits for more than I have, health-wise. And I'm dead. Yeah, this place sucks. Like I said, most people consider this the hardest dungeon in the game, and I am among those people. Once you get to the World of Ruin, you get options and you can level a bit. This place is just death. This place is just death walking. And I'm only level 20. Oh my god, I don't think I've ever been this low level being here before. Even doing a speed run, I'm usually like 25 when I get to here. Oh my god, okay. So these smirking smiley faces guys have an attack called, appropriately enough, Smirk. What it does is it puts you into the stop status, which for 37 seconds makes you unable to move, which is really, really, really annoying and usually results in your death because you're stopped for 37 real seconds as the enemies are just like, we're just gonna kill you, we're just gonna kill you. Fun fact, a lot of people like to bring Strago to the floating continent. The reason why many people like to bring Strago to the floating continent is because you can gain something like, I believe it's 10 lores for him here. It takes some patience and some work, but you can learn a huge number of his lores here, and if you care about actually filling out Strago's lores, this is one of the best places to do it at. Assuming you're, of course, high enough level to live through this damn hellhole. Frickin' hate this place. The reason Joe Neutrino is I am speedrunning, and I'm actually doing really well. I am much lower level than normal because I'm zipping through the game much quicker than I otherwise thought I would be, and I haven't paused to level. So in other words, I am doing well, it's just... yeah, no, Strago learns lore through watching an enemy do it. It's, blue magic. Almost. And, yeah, nowhere. Where's he at? Oh, he's got Cure, at least. So, I tend to use Shadow's MP as a secondary potion area through here, because he's, like, completely useless in these fights, other than Shuriken. There's no timer. I don't know what you're talking about with the timer. Oh, god dang it, not again. We're actually gonna run. We're not even gonna try it. Not gonna try it. Not gonna try it. Hardest dungeon in any game. I'm still thinking about that, Preacher, but I think, honestly, I'm gonna have to go through it with the Infinity Dungeon in Breath of Fire 2. Oh! I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, the timer on my speedrun. Are you kidding me? Screw you guys! I am not fighting you! I am not fighting you! No, I know what he's talking about with the spike speed. Like I said, Joe, it means I'm doing well. I'm doing good. That's a good thing. I'm getting good luck. I don't know how better to say that. Anyways, no, it has been 7 hours and 4 minutes. I decided for this speedrun, because I knew I would be doing it in parts, to go ahead and just do it with the in-game timer, which is what I'm doing. So, in-game timer run for the win. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out my time at the very last save, and then I'm going to actually time the point how long it takes me from that point in order to kill the last boss, and add that to it, and voila, there's my time. Nah. I'm just soaking up Setzer's mana here, too. Now, you guys are going to call me cheap, but I don't care. Just so you know. Oh, that sucks. Why did Celis have to die? She's the one I actually need to learn the most. 3 Phoenix Downs left. Actually, I really should stop doing that. Where's he at? Almost there. Nope. I vowed that I would not use Joker Doom in this run, and I meant it. I'm not using Joker Doom. I refuse to use Joker Doom. Also, I'd have to look up how to do it, and I'm almost... oh no, I'm not even remotely tempted. It's a stupid room. It's a stupid move, and I don't like doing it. I'd also have to look up how to, because I don't remember the exact combo. Because I've never actually done it. Believe it or not, I've never actually done the Joker Doom trick myself. I've only seen it done. And read how it's done, and, you know, blah 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 blah. Please don't die. Or, sure, die. You know what? I wanted you to die, Shadow. How did you know? Oh, for God's sakes, please don't be level 4. Oh my god, really? Welcome to the frickin' floating continent, where within the matter of 2 turns you could lose half your party, just like that. Bam. Oh my god. Please tell me one of you knows life. Nope, he doesn't know it yet. How about you? Nope. This is... Okay, guys, you're really pushing through me here. Ah. Please learn life soon, Edgar, because I'm pretty sure you're the one who has that equipped right now. Actually, I think Wraith does too. Yep, Wraith just learned life, thank God. Okay, at least Shadow knows life now. Yes, I do. It's called That's roughly what my plan is going to be. Alright. You just learned the 2s. Yes, excellent. Let's get you on a healing thing so you can finish learning life. Whoops, whoops. Actually, I don't plan on doing the Vanish Tomb trick. If I fail, I'll do the Vanish Tomb trick, but I don't actually plan to do the Vanish Tomb trick initially. Which means I'm going to need some serious luck to beat that boss, because oh my god, Atma is a lot harder than he looks. As anybody who watched my SCC run, where I died horribly to him like 3 times in a row, wasn't it? Yeah, I got crunched when I was fighting him, and then I leveled like 5 times, and then I got crunched. And then I leveled like another 5 times, and then I got crunched, and then I got like all the way up to 40-something. 40-something in my level, and then I finally took him out. It was a lot of times, Preacher. I don't remember how many. It was many times. Many locks died to bring me that run. Run, you stupid idiots. I refuse to fight that formation. It's not worth it, and they hurt like hell. Whoops. Ooh, this one can suck, because these guys can do some really serious damage in a short period of time. And I'm almost out of mana. That's actually really bad. And you still don't know anything because you're worthless, Celes. Worthless! Okay, so I'm almost out of mana, and I don't have any heals worth a damn. This could be bad. Yeah. Didn't get it. What super move? What are you talking about? Yes, she's going to learn a move that's actually referred to as the super move. And it's going to be really awesome. Ironically, of all the enemies up here, there's a single enemy that actually gives the most XP that I haven't encountered yet. Oh, thank God, Edgar knows life. Edgar knows life. Okay, I want you on that now, even though you're not going to learn it in time. What are you learning? That'll take you one more turn. Wait. Yeah, that's what I thought, okay. Then we're going to be Bravery Strats and get this first. And we might die because we did that. Okay, no, this is an enemy formation I think I can kill, even though I have no mana left. Actually, you know what? Let's just bring out some big guns here. I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Didn't mean to do that either. Well, I just messed up twice. Hopefully I will live through this. Mooga. Alright, lots of people learned lots of things. Excellent, but I don't care because I really need to get to the save point. Oh, thank God I made it. Okay. Tent. God dang. So there's only 2 save points in the whole floating continent. Another good reason why people think it's a last dungeon. There's one at the beginning, and there's one at the end. Once you start out, you have to go the whole way through. A lot of people I know will sit at the very first save point and just level up to like 30-ish, 40-ish, 50-ish, whatever it is they feel like going for. Where are you at? Okay. Wait, I want you to learn some heals, actually. If I was playing this normally and not a speedrun, that is exactly what I would do, because that would be what a sane person would do. But I never claimed to be sane. Where's our relics at? Okay. Why does she have double earrings? He needs double earrings. Okay, you take that for the moment so I can put this on him. I actually have the wrong equipment set up. Give me a moment, give me a moment. Okay, you have... Let's give you... I'm actually kind of torn here. And... that. And... that. Let's make sure we're all equipped up. Seven hours. I'm actually kind of losing time a little bit, but that was expected. It has been debated whether or not it's actually quicker to go ahead and level at the river way earlier in the game, up to about 20-ish, which you'll notice I'm at right now. Even though that takes a good portion of time in terms of, well, time, obviously. It has been debated that that is overall quicker because of how much time it saves for the next however much game time. When you're doing a run like this and obviously not doing what everybody else does. So, I don't know if you noticed, but these 2 ninjas literally just killed me, almost just killed me, with 2 attacks. I just felt like pointing that out to whoever it was who was making fun of me earlier when I said these guys hit like trucks. That's why I say that. Because they nearly killed me with 2 attacks. God. And we're gonna blow Wraith's mana here in curing us up. Because his mana isn't really useful other than for healing out of combat. Now, you can actually go back to the airship here, which I of course will not be doing. But if you do leave, you have to start the whole floating continent over again. Ah, here it is. This is the dragon. This gives the most exp of anything in this whole section. And it also does sneeze. You may remember that from everything else in the universe. It's basically a counterattack maneuver to everything. So if Setzer manages to kill him, he'll get a lot of XP here. Oh wow, he didn't die. I actually kind of figured he would. This is version 1.1, which is my preferred version. Oh, thank God. So Setzer just got tons of X, 3,000 X by himself, and leveled from it. No surprise there. But yeah, you don't have to do the Air Force again. By the way, you can't run from ninjas, as I remembered about 3 seconds into that. Oh God, live, 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 live. Thankfully, these guys have, like, no HP at all, which is great, because they hurt way too much. Oh, this is gonna kill Zagmus. Almost killed Shadow. Oh my God. No, actually, we're gonna blow his mana again. Alright, wish me luck. This is it. Atma. No Doom strats. This is just taking him out legitimately. To my knowledge, there are 4 versions, not counting the GBA version. Yep, at Mount level 20. I'm honestly not 100% sure how this is going to go. We'll find out, won't we? No, not what I meant to do, not what I meant to do. Well, shoot. You are really useless this fight. You know that, Celes? That sucks. He has 25,000 or 30,000. I don't remember off the top of my head because it actually changes based on version. I suppose I could look it up in a moment here, but I'm kind of busy. He has a lot of HP. Let's just put it that way. And his ultimate attack will kill me, I guarantee you. It absolutely will do more damage than I have health to survive. There is no surviving it. And that wasn't his ultimate attack he just did, by the way. That was just him using Flare. Now, fortunately, Celes, who is basically doing nothing here, kind of by default gets to be the item person, because she's not really doing anything that useful. I know Edgar knows life, but it doesn't matter, because Edgar's actually useful, and I really need my damage output to be as high as possible. Thank you, 24,000. That's... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Did you seriously? Well, I'm out of Phoenix Downs. We're gonna throw Straffham out now. We're now 3-manning. And we're out of mana, too. Damn it. This is bad. This is psychotically bad. Mooga Magoo! Alright, Edgar, carry us to victory. All I know is this guy has a ludicrous amount of health for this point of the game. This is a genuinely hard boss, in my opinion. One of the few truly hard bosses in this entire game. That's okay, I can live through that. Just barely. As much as I really hate to do this, I'm gonna have to... Damn it. Oh, triple bar. Yes, it's something even useful. That's Unicorn. However, all that does is give us all regen, so we're actually going to have to go ahead and blow a Cure 2 here. Wait. What did he just use? What ability did he just use? I was looking elsewhere. Because if he used Flare Star, I'm dead. Oh no, that's much worse than Flare Star. That's much worse than Flare Star. That's much worse than Flare Star. And he's about to use Flare Star. It doesn't matter anymore. There's no reason to heal. Kill him. Kill him now or die. There's nothing else. Kill him or die. Come on. Give me in. I'm pretty sure if this attack doesn't do it, I'm dead. I'm actually trying to input in a certain way here, which is actually really hard to explain, but suffice it to say I'm trying to override his actions with mine, and it's not working. Come on. Please. Nope, Flare Star, I'm dead. Now, if on the off chance that this doesn't... Oh my god, it didn't one-shot me. I don't have life! Oh my god! Attack! I have no Phoenix Downs! I can't hit for crap! Oh my god. You're so useless to me, Celes, damn you! Ice! Go, Ice! And I'm dead. That's it. I died. I wonder how close I was. Yes, Celes still seems worthless to me. Sorry. But... Now, funny fact, I don't actually know Doom yet. So, I actually can't do the Vanish Doom trick. Although he is trying to learn it. Has been for some time, actually. Well, she was learning Cure. He was learning Vanish, because I couldn't think of anything else for him to do. Ah, Stretch. Alright, that was fun. Let's try this again, shall we? Yeah, that really sucked, Rory. He did that... what was that attack? I want to look that up, actually, real quick. Because I don't even remember the name of it. Alright, what is that attack? Where is your AI setup? There it is. Mind Blast, apparently. And he just Mind Blasted me into oblivion, because screw you. By the way, true fact, you can kill all his MP and he will die as well. However, he has 5,000 mana, and you can only kill a few hundred at a time with Rasp, so that strategy really doesn't work out all that well. I'm not sure why that strategy even exists. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and reset so we get our time back. By the way, whenever it hits Mind Blast, whenever it hits its second phase, it actually gives itself Protect, Shell, and Haste. It doesn't show it, but it does. It's just a hidden phase change thing, kind of like what Voltros went through earlier. Okay, so, take 2. Again, no cheaping, no Vanish Doom. In all honesty, I should Vanish Doom, especially considering how behind I am in overall time, but we're not going to do that. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Yes, I did just hit that guy with fire just to make him show up. Frickin' stupid ninjas wasting my damn time. Alright. And my ninja won, because their ninjas suck. Oh, come on. That's okay, that's a battle I can do. You know what, I really need to save my mana on Setzer this time, so he's just gonna do nothing until we get to the boss fight. I'm gonna lean on Edgar and Shadow to take care of these guys. And he's about to kill Setzer. Oh, wow, didn't kill him. Actually kinda surprised by that. So anyways, sorry, I was kind of ignoring your question, my apologies. Atma Weapon, it is debated as to whether or not he is an Esper or not. However, it is my opinion he is actually an Esper 2, aka a more advanced Esper than a normal Esper is. He is a rare breed that was created during the War of the Magi, specifically to, you know, be the ultimate weapon kind of a thing. And obviously he would be behind the sealed gate and in the cave, sealed away from everything else, and I shouldn't even have to explain why. And that's what Atma Weapon, or Ultimate Weapon, or whatever Atma actually is. Well, I love speedruns, Roy. Are you kidding me? The amount of time and effort I have to put into thinking about this is great. I love it. It's also quite challenging. But anyways, that's in my opinion who Atma is. A special weapon that was developed specifically by whoever, probably the Magi themselves, to be the ultimate Esper. And that's why he's just kind of sitting there, and also why he's being controlled by Geshtal and Kefka, just like all the other Espers are. And Setzer's dead. Just so you guys know. And Shadow's about to be dead. I really shouldn't have fought this fight. I should have just run from this fight. And that's why. God, I hate behemoths. Note to self, never fight behemoths again. Yes, behemoths in any FF, well, okay, most FFs, are quite difficult. Just because I'm curious, where is everyone at? Of course Atma does. Wouldn't you have an ego if you were some kind of super Esper? Take two! By the way, this is all the first time in the game that this music is played. So a lot of people really did look at this like, okay, we really are at the last boss here, because this is like the first of the last boss series, which is something they did back in the day a lot more than they do now. So we're gonna just switch up our strategy a little bit, just a little bit. Maybe. Okay, I thought she had something she didn't. You're worthless to me. So I need to do some math in a minute here. 1131. Someone do me a favor and write that down. 113 run. 1131. Thank you. Goodbye, Shadow. 1186, barely a difference. Last Phoenix down. I don't have anything else, do I? Nothing I'm willing to throw anyways. Whatever, back to shurikens. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. Goodbye. Yep, that really sucked. That was really bad. Well, this is another loss, I can tell you right now. I'm almost positive this is another loss. Because Celes is worthless and Edgar is dead. I'm just gonna reset now. There's no reason to continue this to its fruition. Well, plan B, guys. I intended to try and be psychotic and actually beat Atma legitimately, but screw it. This is a speedrun. I've tried. I have failed. Screw it. That's not what I was expecting. Okay, I can live with that. Even though I'm about to be sneezed into oblivion. Let's see if Demi works. That would really amuse me if it did, actually. A, because I wanted Celes to be a little bit more leveled. B, because I wanted to get some spells on her. And C, oh, don't blow away him. He's the only one I care about. Whoops. I'm leveling a little bit in order to deal with this ass frickin' fracker. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Yes, I did exposition the Atma weapon, such as it was. Also, hi, Zombie Tom Hicks. Well, these three get a nice big chunk of X, bastards. Make sure everyone's got everything. He's on... Does he know? Yeah, he knows her. Ironically, Edgar is one of my furthest ahead in terms of knowing stuff. She's still trying to know Cure. And he's just kind of worthless. Whatever. Actually, I probably should not do that. Just in case. Just in case. This is the island, after all. Or the floating continent, if you prefer. Banana, 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 banana. Alright. Excuse me. I yawn. Hoorah. Damn it, would you stop using your frickin'. Yeah, I'm actually probably going to be pausing pretty much after the big event here to go, you know, get ready for sleep and stuff. Just because it's that late. But first, 3 brain pans, all at the same time. Oh, not too much, big chunk. Okay, there's a bit of the game left. My dreams of getting a sub 10-hour time look like they're not happening at this point. Almost out of shurikens, too. See you around, Last Wolf. Where are we at with everything? I have such a bad tendency to just lose track of where everyone's learning everything. Okay, let's go ahead and get her on something else now. Finally. Uh-oh. Pay attention mode. Which may coincidentally look exactly like doing the normal thing I always do mode. See you around, Ajunix. No, I do not, Pyromancer. Usually I will stream in my evenings and nights, which is to say, anywhere from about 2 AM GMT to about now. But I always put up a a Twitter post saying, hey, I'm about to be up, which also is linked to my Facebook, which will post it as well, obviously. And sometimes, because it's actually a huge hassle to do it, I will also go ahead and put up a YouTube video saying, hey, I'm about to post, or stuff like that, whatever. But yeah, that's how I do that. Because I'm asleep most of the rest of the time. I know several people know about this because of the YouTube videos I post up, but it is a hassle, especially since YouTube's been giving me so many issues lately, so I usually only do it for a quote-unquote big stream, like what I'm doing right now. No, I don't feel like dealing with you. I'm just gonna hold that LNR. Let's go, let's go. Thank you. But I'm going to beat this boss, damn it. I swear to God. Now that we've gotten 3 levels since we last fought, let's see what we do this time. Atma weapon. My name is Atma. I am pure energy and as ancient as the cosmos. Feeble creatures, go! Well, shoot. I think this guy's got me licked, guys. I think it's all over. By the way, I'm flipping off the screen. What can I say? I got a little irritated with that guy. I win. Epic cutscene time. This cutscene's like 10 minutes long, by the way. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You don't attack me 3 steps from the epic cutscene of epic epicness? Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. I am hitting you with everything I have, just so you die. Quicker. I don't care if you kill anyone. I'm about to be in a cutscene. Screw you. God. Damn it. Did I seriously just... What did I just learn? Everything. Okay. Actually, there's not much else for him to learn now, is there? Not of what I have now. Oh, now he learns all the things I wanted. Yeah, sure, whatever. And where's she at? Not that it matters yet. Ultros, I'll take it any day. Okay, so here we go. I talked about this scene earlier. This is the scene where Kefka finally snaps, and where Geshtal is an evil bastard. This is the epic scene of super awesomeness. Unfortunately, I don't actually have a lot to talk about this scene other than what I already talked about with regards to Kefka, and why he finally snaps, and everything I've already said about the fact that Geshtal is effectively channeling, using the techniques he was using in order to convert Espers into Magicite, to force the flow of magic, which is going between the Espers, between the Magi, which is being represented by those sparks, in order to control both the continent and the Espers on it, which is also how he controlled the Atma weapon. The Atma, which is what we just killed. In one shot! Sorry. That was cheap, but I didn't care. I tried it legit. Screw that guy. I'll level later. Now, it's interesting to note that Kefka has a quote here that I also tend to like, even though I disagree with it completely. Power only breeds war. I wish I'd never been born. Now, she hesitates on that word born because she's actually referring to her rebirth, her infusion as a Magitech Knight. Not the fact that, you know, she's a human being that was born, because that's what happens to human beings. And no Kefka impression. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Blood? You vicious brat! I hate. Goddesses, you were born only to fight. I implore you, show me your power. I command you, give me your power. Oh, curses. So he stands amongst them. Keep in mind, Geshtal was intentionally trying to do a bleed-off thing. What Kefka's doing is much more direct and much more horrible. Listen to me, or you'll regret it. Give me power! Kefka, stop it. Revive those statues, and you'll destroy the very world we're trying to possess. Shut up! Nah, screw you, Rory. If you want to do it yourself. Anyways, so the general impression of this scene is this is the moment when Kefka, who up until this point has basically had a anything goes mentality, as is obvious from everything he's done in the entire game, doesn't think to hold back. So yeah, destroying... Yes, I did play Dissidia. Oh no, Rory didn't. Right, gotcha. Doesn't think twice about the idea of destroying the world to get back at Celes, because that kind of extremism doesn't actually bother him. Geshtal, by contrast, then says, okay, Kefka, we can't do that. We have to be able to worship the world. not, or I'm sorry, make the world worship us. We have to have something. We need to rule. Damn it, we need to rule. And then he starts trying to kill Kefka. That's the interesting aspect of this whole thing. Kefka doesn't care about anything in regards to Geshtal until Geshtal finally turns on him. Geshtal betrays Kefka. Think about that for a second. Geshtal is the one who betrayed Kefka. Now, Kefka literally responded in kind within a matter of seconds because he doesn't give a damn about anything. But I just find it interesting that it is Geshtal who ultimately was the one who was the betrayer here. And then Kefka immediately turns on him and, as you might imagine, completely owns him, crushes him like a bug. And this is the Return of the Jedi reference here. Deliberate and intentional. Flings him over the edge, and he plummets down miles and miles. Or at least a couple of miles. So, Geshtal is now dead. The party is immobilized. Celes is injured on the side of the thing, and Kefka is now moving the statues. You may ask, why is he moving the statues? The three statues had a very delicate balance of the flow of magic that was going between the three of them. The simple act of moving them is going to destabilize magic itself. Do try to think about what that kind of thing would do, just in general. All magic is being destabilized right now because Kefka moved the statues, right? Now, unfortunately, and this is almost ironic, Shadow then tries to pin Kefka within the statues, succeeds at it, which allows the party to flee! And we're fleeing. Flee, flee! Kefka's last line there is better translated as, "There is no escape." In other words, Kefka has no intention of killing you personally because he doesn't have to. Yeah, we're fine. Actually, I do want to do one thing. Let's just check this here. Wait, no, I already did that. So now we have a timer. Well, we don't need sprint shoes, we're good. The only reason I don't like not using sprint shoes for this section is it feels like it takes away from some of the urgency of the scene, because, as I said, magic is being destabilized, so the entire, floating continent we happen to be on right now is disintegrating beneath us. Oh, I hate this guy. So she likes to do that, which is frozen. You haven't seen that yet this run. And it basically does exactly what it sounds like. Celes is, for all intents and purposes, stopped. There are ways to get out of it, but yeah. Doesn't actually matter that much. Hurry up and die. Hurry up and just die. Thank you. So anyways. Oh, for God's sakes. Let's see. I think they're weak to ice. Why do you want me to cast Imp on him, Corey? Are they really? That's actually kind of funny. Oops, they heal for ice. Gotcha. Well, I don't feel like dealing with that, so sure, let's imp her. Oh yeah, by the way, you can't run away from any of these, so this actually can suck under the wrong circumstances. But now she's an imp. Mugu mugu. By the way, they can un-imp themselves. They can also run. I didn't know they could run, actually. I knew about the de-imping, I did not know about the running. That's very confusing. Where is she at on learning a useful frickin' spell? Nowhere. What do you mean, what's his plan after he destroys the world? Why would you have a plan for after destroying the world, Big Chunk? I mean, really, that seems like kind of the last bullet point on the plan list, if you ask me. Destroy world. Alright, let's try fire next time. See, the problem is you have to picture things from Kefka's perspective, and it's actually much more complicated than I can explain in something so simple as a few paragraphs. Kefka thinks there's no reason to be or do anything. He is a true nihilist. And I say that because most villains could name some claim or another on being nihilists, but Kefka is kind of a special case. He is truly, utterly convinced that everything has to go, no really style. I think the only other villain within the history of the series who can actually name the same claim like that is actually Exdeath. That's just my opinion, of course. 2 minutes left. You'll notice I'm still really just not in a hurry here. Now, this fight is amusing because this boss here has auto shell or auto reflect on. So trying to do something that would involve, you know, casting on them is generally a really bad idea. So, unfortunately, that actually leaves us with very few ideas here. Why would you want to rule the world when you can destroy it? Probably Fitscott. Kefka was always a very particular brand of crazy. Damn it. I'm really having bad luck on my slots here, and it's kind of screwing me up. Imagine if the Joker was actually powerful. No, Sephiroth had no interest in destroying the world. Sephiroth had a plan. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Well, you know what? I think I have enough mana left for Imp just to get rid of you. Sephiroth's plan was to turn the planet into something of a spatial vessel, which he would then use in order to travel along the spaceways and conquer other worlds, become a higher level being, etc. Wait. And one more time. Gotta wait for Wraith. Now we put the controller down and wait for 50 seconds. Ah. Even Ultimecia would be another excellent example of someone who was not actually a nihilist. In fact, she was kind of the opposite of a nihilist. She wanted to exist forever in a domain she ruled absolutely. That really doesn't strike of nihilism to me. Maybe a bit defeatist, because she was driven mad by her desperation, but not nihilistic. I'll be blown to bits before I can even collect my pay! So, we get with Shadow, we leave, leap off the floating continent, mere seconds before it explodes. Unfortunately, the statues are really starting to be screwed up at this point. This cutscene shocked so many people. Still does to some people. Like I said, we had a very clear and distinct last dungeon, ultimate boss fight of Doom, new music, epic cutscene of Doom, and then this happens. The entire world starts upheaving. The airship, which we've been flying around now for several hours, especially if you've been playing the game normally, is shattered. Terra and the rest of the crew are sent flying from the airship. Magical energy literally erupts from the land itself, and as we see the planet from the distance of space, we can actually see, from space, the raw, destructive power of the continents being shattered. And thus the world is destroyed. On that day, the world was changed forever. By the way, that's another of my favorite quotes. With that simple sentence, it means so much. Lol, Swedish. So here's this island. Just an island amongst a massive sea. A red, dead sea. Certified as uncrack, just so you know. He doesn't understand the concept of seeing a portion of a globe. We're going to do things differently this time because this is a bit more of a story playthrough. I hate to do it, but we did do it the other way last time, and as has been pointed out, this way makes much more sense from a story and lore perspective. Unfortunately. That's Cid, and that is Celes. It has been 1 year. A full year since the world was destroyed. In that time, I'm going to go ahead and explain some of the things that Cid is about to explain to Celes. Cid woke up here along with Celes, and we don't know how many people, but we get the impression that there are at least a few hundred people here, something like that. So, of these 100 people, the only ones left are Cid and Celes. The reason why is obvious. Celes has been in a coma because, you know, she did just fly from a ship. Fall from a flying ship. So, everyone else on this island has passed away from boredom and despair. Some of them have starved to death, some of them have died of disease, some of them have died from the creatures and the monsters that are still out in the wilds. Some of them committed suicide. The only reason Cid managed to hold on this entire time is because Cid was watching over Celes. It was literally all he had to live for. And nothing more. If not for that motivation, Cid would have died with the rest of them. Actually, we're actually going to do one thing really quick here, because, duh, as they say. Seven hours and 37 minutes. It's not too bad, actually. Sub 8. He's just resting in his bed. We need to get some fish in order to feed it to him so he can be nursed back to health. After all, he nursed us back to health. We now have to nurse him back to health. Gygus is not worse than Kefka because Gygus has no brain. He did what he did unintentionally, as a force of nature, for lack of a better term, or anti-nature if you prefer. Kefka did everything willingly and knowingly. So, we go down here, we get fish, we bring them up here, and we feed them to Cid. Cid has roughly 60 health, and he loses 1 health every second. You have to get him to 100 health. Or actually, I'm sorry, it's 300. He starts with 150, you have to get him to 300. I looked this up last time. Every second you stand here, he is losing a health. Now, one of the things I find horrible about this is if you get a really bad fish... Oh, I didn't get a really bad one, hang on. I don't think any of these are really bad fish. Nope, sorry. If you get one of the really rotten fishes that takes away 16 health, and you talk to the fish will then stop... I'm sorry, you talk to the bird will stop moving. And so then you take the fish to him, and he's like, here's some fish. And he changes what he says based on where his health is at. This whole mini-game is actually really hard to do. The very first time I did this, I got really, 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 really bad luck on the fish. And I mean the first time I ever played this game ever, you know, when the game just came out. And he died on me. I was trying rather madly to save him, mind you. You can also talk to him to speed it up. So, I was so devastated. And I will never actually remember. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that feeling of failing, because I was trying. I was actually trying to get him to live, and I failed. But yes, the faster the fish swim, the faster, the better their quality. There's 5 qualities of fish, I believe. When did this game come out? I'll answer that. Yeah, that's the last thing he's gonna say. Oh no, he was quite ill. After all, he had been looking after you for a year by himself, while not really taking care of himself, on an island where the only food is fish. Think about that for a moment. Also, I guess I'm not going to answer that question anyways, because then I would give away how old I am, so never mind, not answering you. Probably older than you're thinking, let's put it that way. I can't believe I'm doing this. I actually feel genuinely bad doing this. Yep, he's dead. Granddad, you have to eat, or else. What's the matter? Now, Celis just woke up a few minutes ago. Sid, who has been watching over her for a year, and is the only person she's ever known as a parental unit, just died. She is now completely alone and abandoned on an island after the world has ended. And both she and Sid believed that there was nothing else, that this was the only place left in the entire world. And so she cries. And she walks her way up to the northern cliffs. This dialogue was changed, but Sid mentions there's a dead bird up here. And Sid mentions that the others, when they were feeling down, they'd take a leaf of faith from the cliffs, pricked him right up. But I think you could tell what actually happened to all the people who came to this cliff and fell off of it. And she doesn't even actually leap. She just lets herself fall. As the tears fall behind her. And she falls to her death. No, she doesn't die. But if you seriously think I'm not going to save Sid, you're out of your mind. There's a reason I just saved. I just wanted you guys to actually be able to see that scene. Okay, we are on a timer, so let's get that sprint shoes and let's do this. Oh, didn't mean to go into the desert. Okay. Let's get some good fish, good fish, good fish, good fish. Yeah, that scene is truly nightmarish. What happens, by the way, since I kind of cut it off, is she wakes up at the beach, and there is a single bird there which has a bandana stuck in it, or stuck around it, basically. And she infers from the bandana, which actually is exactly like Locke's, which is probably the most RNG thing in the entire universe, but whatever, I'm with it, that Locke is still alive somewhere out there. The whole reason she gave up was she was completely alone and completely abandoned and had nothing left to go for. But the thought that Locke might be alive out there still is enough to keep her going. That's all she needs. And it is very important to her character development throughout the whole of the World of Ruin, because she herself literally falls to the lowest low it is possible to fall, tries to kill herself, and then successfully comes back from that and realizes that there is a reason to keep fighting. And that is the entire theme of the World of Ruin in a nutshell. The entire second half of the game I just basically summarized in what happens to Celes in this very first scene. That's one of the reasons that the suicide scene was actually intended as the original cutscene here. Originally there wasn't a minigame. Cid just died. The developers decided that it was so depressing that they couldn't leave it just as that. So they decided to go ahead and add this minigame to be able to save him. That's not even a joke. That's why they added this, was because the developers got so screwed up thinking, oh my god, that was just the most depressing thing I've ever written in my life. Okay, we gotta add something else, guys. But yes, the entire World of Ruin starts from the very bottom and crawls its way back up over the glass. That is the second half of the story in FF6 in a nutshell right there. Yes, he is, Rory. That is very intentional. You'll find out whether he dies or not that what he's been doing is actually working on a raft. Yep, there we go, we saved him. Bam. See, he was going over here each time to work on a raft, and the whole idea was that he and Celes were going to leave and finally go out and find if there's any life out there in the rest of the world. But he decides that she is the one who has to leave because he doesn't have the strength anymore. And he specifically tells her, and I like this, he specifically tells her to go look for Locke. And Tritok. It's very important. Gotta find Tritok. Don't mistake me, the other cutscene fits the game and the theme and everything so much better, but I cannot bring myself to intentionally kill Cid and leave it like that. I just can't. There is no proof that Locke is out there, no. This doesn't carry quite the impetus or the gravitas, but there is still the same impression here. We refuse to give up. Yes, this track plays in several other sections, and basically every town in the World of Ruin has this song, or has this song playing, yeah. Yes, they are very good friends, and Locke was there for Celes when no one else was, and kind of vice versa, actually. See? And here's the music again. Actually, I didn't have a reason to come here, did I? Whoops. We're gonna leave. Wait, no, I did. I had a reason. A very important reason. Phoenix Downs! A little late, but, you know. Yes, Rory. Ironically, I'm going to stop streaming basically now, because it's really late and I need to get a shower in and then go to bed. But I kind of want to get in position for the next thing, so I'm going to go ahead and cross the continent, play for like another 5 minutes here, and then quit playing. A lot of viewers tonight. I am really impressed by how many how many viewers I've had tonight. This is really impressive, genuinely. Broke my record tonight, too. 102, I believe, according to Rory. Yes, I need a couple Phoenix Down Swedish for the thousands, millions, actually, of dead. There are several, K, but I actually don't like any of the ones I've looked at, and I have looked at several, in case you're wondering. I actually, when I was going to do this run and the run previous, sincerely debated going ahead and using one of them, but I just didn't like any of them enough. I don't know. All right, we'll go and get Sabin. So here's a funny scene, wow. Here is a funny commentary. Not many people are aware of the fact that you don't have to actually recruit Sabin here. Most people do automatically for what I like to call the duh. Did I just die? By the way, I'm really, really, really underleveled because my average party level was 21, so Celis is now level 21. I am really low level. Really low level. This is kinda gonna suck, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm gonna be saving pretty often in the World of Ruin. In fact, we're actually gonna run this time. Run! Run away! He has the right idea, run! Yes, when the World of Ruin hits, everyone's level is reset. Everyone, by the way. To party average level. And your party average is what, at 0 is what hers is set to. In other words, the exact level of your party average, so yeah. She is now level 21! Yes, I have lost levels in this game. Jono Tree. In fact, I did my last playthrough. Alright, this is gonna suck. This is really gonna suck. No, I need... Do I have it? I don't think I do. Yeah, this is gonna suck. This is really, 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 really gonna suck. Do I not? No, I didn't get it. Scheiße. Okay, that's bad. That's actually really bad. Here we go. I just saved. Oh, on average, I'd be level 40-something at this point. If I was doing this normally. Give you an idea there. I am not going to be getting, like, any of the treasure in here. This place will suck, so I am not even bothering. I'm going right to the end. Yes, I'm lacking the thing that actually makes me immune to the instant death attack they use. So I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to run. And hope for good RNG. We are just going to blaze through here. Screw this place. Not even picking up the Once You Fix sword. It's not actually that useful for this play run anyways. There's a sword here you can get called the Drainer, which heals you for how much damage it does, even though it does kind of low damage. You can use it. It's really useful for a lot of single character runs. We'll go and get this chest because it's literally in my way. And we're going to heal. Whoops. Yeah, this place really sucks. So we're just going to run. What does a polyglot mean, exactly? Running away. I was really hoping for the Charm Bangle, too, which would give me less enemy encounters, but I don't have that either. Ah, gotcha. Well, anyways, no, I do not speak multiple languages anymore. I have lost the other 2 languages I speak. So I do not actually speak 3 languages like I used to. I can't believe I just did that. I can't believe I just did that. I was on such autopilot. Alright, screw it. If I was to practice again, I could probably get back into the habit of the other 2 languages, but probably not. And I could read a lot more than I could speak. You'll notice I can actually kill these, theoretically, but I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna get that. And that's why, because it is just so much quicker and so much easier to run, especially since I have the chance of them using that instant death attack at any moment. And I have no defense against that instant death attack, because I don't have the right relic to defend against that, either. So, yeah. So this is intended as something of a hope spot. You're actually supposed to pick Sabin up here, but you can actually get him either after you get the airship or, you know, never, just like all the optional characters you can get back. But, this is literally intended as a hope spot. They reference Sabin in the previous town, and they actually talk about how someone with your spirit, as in, you know, your light, your ability to look at a situation and do better in it, that kind of a thing, was here recently, and they're of course referring to him, because duh, as they say. Now, we still kind of suck. I don't know if you've noticed this. Like, we are really not doing so well. We're still low level as hell. So we're gonna kind of cheap our way through the next couple of sections. And do something I usually don't do. Don't worry, we do intend to loop back. But I do have two bosses in front of me that I am literally terrified about fighting. I'm not even 100% sure how I'm gonna do this. I may have to start working on the Vanish Doom trick with these characters. Because, yeah... In fact, where are you at on Vanish Doom? You know Vanish, but not Doom. What about you? You know and Vanish. Yes, the Tentacles and Dataluma are the two bosses I am really scared about. Because both of them kind of suck anyways. And I'm kind of walking into this with both hands tied behind my back. Where's the forest? Shoot, where's the forest? Yeah, I'm not going for world records, I'm going for my records. I don't track my times against other people. Not in any of the games I speedrun. Okay, seriously, it should be like right here. Am I just an idiot? Shoot. I don't care about other people's records, Kay. Sorry. I just don't. Tell you what, Kay, you can beat my record, because I have been going relatively slowly. And I know it. Oh, apparently Kay is joking with me. I did not know Kay was joking with me. Damn it, man. You'll notice I'm actually killing now, too. That's because I need some MP. Don't really need XP yet, but I really need MP. And I really need to pause soon, because I really need to get a shower in before I can't. And then I really need to go to bed. Did you seriously just sneeze me? See you around, Rory. Okay, I swore there was a forest here. Apparently, I'm just on crack. I know where a second forest is, but we're not gonna do that. Damn it, that really sucks. What time is it? Looks like I'm gonna be doing this the slow way, guys. So we're gonna go and get in position so I remember exactly what I was doing, just in case I wake up and I'm like, yeah, what am I doing? And we'll get up to the bridge here. Yes, the terrain is all dead. There's a bunch of dead trees in the background. There's no grass. The sky is kind of rotted looking. Yeah, the whole... Even the backgrounds in the World of Ruin get across the point. Everything gets across the point in the World of Ruin. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and save here. And we're gonna stop for the night. Because I've got a long walk ahead of me. And it's gonna suck. And then I've got 2 boss fights ahead of me, and they're gonna suck. But it's okay, because I'll get the X-Big, and then I'll get the airship, and then I'll suddenly, and literally without warning, have the ability to level, and I'm going to. So, anyways. Exactly, Fiska. How do the animals survive, except they don't? And how do the people survive without plants or animals? Which is exactly the point. It's called the World of Ruin for a reason. In any case, I'm looking forward to continuing that. Stretch the back out here a bit. I don't think I'm going to hit sub 10 hours, not with my stated goal of doing 100% of all the content in the World of Ruin. But I don't know. I'll have to think of a new goal. Sub 13, maybe? I don't know. Actually, you know what? Hang on just a second. Give me just a second here. Let's hurry. I want to look something up. I want to look at what my time was on my lock run, because I spent a lot of time leveling on my lock run. And I was really suboptimal on speed for that run, so I just want to see how I did. That's right, 18 hours. And it was 18 hours and 32 minutes for my last run. So, okay, that's my goal. Beat 18 hours. See if I can beat 18 hours, which I think I can. Alright. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Or whenever.